But it doesn't feel that different. Like, from my perspective, as far as, like, the game gaining traction, whatever, like, there's certainly things I think that could make Dwarf Fortress gain traction. But, like, to me, there's never really been a point. I mean, I'd be willing to bet 80 to 90% of the people watching Maddie in YouTube chat started like you at the Steam release. I need celebrity endorsement. I mean, I like, you joke, but like, streamer endorsement can make a huge deal. But you need streamers to play a game and stick with it and then come back every update. And you also need the audience to catch, right? And, you know, if you go back in a lot of people's content and stuff that they made around the time Dwarf Fortress released, there was a lot of people streaming Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress had like 40, 50,000 people watching every day. But what you'll see time and time again is you'll see the streamers realize that, oh, I'd have to put a lot of effort into learning this. And then they just go back to playing Mechabellum or whatever. Games that are like very immediately recognizable and easy. And I think to a point, like, if I say this the wrong way, it would just make it sound like I'm saying that streamers are lazy, and I don't think that's true. I really don't. I think this game is just kind of a lot, and I think it's too much for a lot of people. And I think a lot of people that are already established as streamers aren't going to play a game like this, even if they might have a couple of years ago. And I think the reason for that is, like, I am somebody who is very scared of risk because I need to pay bills. And I think that when something like RimWorld came out, the content creation community was a lot more open to learning a deep game because, one, there was less competition, and two, the people who were successful because they experimented and did weird shit. A lot of the people who are successful now, who used to play a lot of stuff like this, play a lot of mainstream games or stick to their niche, like Paradox games or 4X games or whatever, because they know it works. And I do this too. So on one hand, it takes a certain kind of crazy person, but it's also, like, harder to convince people to make less money for an extended period of time to get into a weird game because it's potentially a game you could play for a really long time. Like, I remember when I started trying to learn RimWorld on stream, I was streaming a lot of modded PC games and Roller Coaster Tycoon. And I went from getting 30 to 40, sometimes 50 viewers on one of the other things I would play, maybe 40 to 50 on a good day on Planet Coaster or something if I played something a little bit more mainstream, to like 6 on RimWorld. But I knew that if I put the time in to learn it at the time and got decent at it, people would watch because it's a game that had interest in it. I don't think... This was years ago, Twister Nick. So, like, this was, like, 2015? 15? 16? Probably 16, because I said Planet Coaster. But yeah, it was that bad. Like, people just fucking leave. And it's the same now. Like, if I go grab a game that's, like, by all counts pretty popular, but, like, pretty diametrically different to what people are used to watching me play, that'll happen. Very much so. Like, if the last time I tried to stream a Paradox game, I had, like, an 80% lower view count than normal. Because I was mildly interested in it. Turns out I didn't enjoy it at all and didn't ever go back. But, like, that's just kind of the way of things. I'm just going through and adjusting settings here. I'm actually going to do an island. I haven't done an island in forever. No, totally, but you're in the minority, right? Ranger Jahu just stated it like it is, which is respectfully, people sub to you to watch Dwarf Fortress. It's your niche. Thanks, Dad. Respectfully, I accept your statement, but that's not really where I'm going with this. What I'm going with this is I am a unique case. It's really, really difficult for other people like me to pick up this game. This isn't me commenting about me being in this niche. I'm aware that I'm in this niche. More aware than anybody ever will be, and it is hell and also a blessing. Such as everything. But for people who don't play Dwarf Fortress, it's really, really hard to get, as chat joked about, celebrity endorsements. Because they would need to do that. What I did to get into streaming games that weren't what I was originally doing. And then had to do a second time to convince people to watch me play Dwarf Fortress. In fact, I would say it was almost as bad, if not worse, for Dwarf Fortress. I went from like 70 to 80 people having recently gotten partnered on playing a lot of RimWorld to playing only Dwarf Fortress, more or less. And I dropped down to 20 again. And it took like 6 months to recover it. I operated on a loss for a while. And it would be really cool if more people, more bigger channels streamed this. Like, it'd be really cool if Co-Carnage or like somebody aside from Robaz once every 8 months played this game more. But the reality is, like, they would have to do what I did multiple times to try and survive. They would have to be willing to sit down and explain a new game to an audience. You know, like, there's a couple streamers that have played Dwarf Fortress for extended periods that I know. I'm not going to drop any names, but people who do a lot of variety stuff. And, like, these are people I follow who I've known in the industry for quite some time. And they... Let's just crank up the Titan number for funsies. And they... pull a number of viewers on most games, and they pull 2/3 to half, if not less, when they play Dwarf Fort. I think right now, from my perspective, the way video games spread and are marketed to people is compelling gameplay of those games. People being interested or gaining interest because they see people enjoying it. And you don't get very much of that with Dwarf Fortress right now. Outside of what Dwarf Fortress has always got, which is every 8 months to a year, something happens, somebody makes a video, a story gets written, and it gets covered in media, which barely exists anymore. And people talk about it for a second and go, aha, that weird thing. And then it goes on, and life goes on. And I don't think that's necessarily a negative. But Dwarf Fortress is still kind of known as this weird, hard thing, and it's overshadowed by its competition enough that, you know, like, there was 100,000 people playing RimWorld when that last update just came out, and most people ever playing Dwarf Fortress was 30,000. And we haven't really been above 4,000 in a year, like, over a year. Adventure Mode got us up to 2,500, but that's, like, not many. So, Julie McJules, thanks very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate that greatly. Have I done Glacier Embarks before? Look up Sunbirths. That's the most recent one that I can think of off the top of my head. I actually wish you had time to play games. Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm just happy I have this job. Trying to decide if there's anything else I should change. I've already got a lot of these around where I want them. It's pretty standard stuff. I've increased the number of Titans. I want to catch monsters. I want to catch Mega Beasts. You know, I'm actually going to turn down this, and people keep yelling about volcanoes, so let's chunk up the volcano number a wee bit. Let's turn up mountain peaks a little bit. Let's turn up minimum savagery a little bit. Pump up the lava, Creed. Let's see what we get. I've already got erosion settings tweaked a bit. That's why my worlds end up being so thin usually. Happy Camper in YouTube chat. Go to the playstyle challenge page on the wiki. I don't really have that in the video. But for a first fortress, it's mostly just pick a mechanic and do your best to learn it. There we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, wow, we did get one very large center island. That's cool. Less good and evil variants on the oceans than I was expecting. It's, you know, it's funny. People I kept on having people asking me about doing a volcano on a glacier, and there you go. Let's that's that. It's even got gold, silver, copper, lead. I also turned up metals a little bit more than I normally do. About twice as much as I normally do. Does that have an aquifer up there? Yeah, it does. Actually, not close by, though. It's also Joyous Wild, so that's kind of fun. Did you find it helpful today? Full copper untrained squad was not enough for 3 undead. I would have used 3 traps. You know, and this is kind of why I say it, Maddie. I was watching Ambiguous Amphibian stream Dwarf Fortress the last time he did. Because Maddie says they need Ambiguous Amphibian to do an adventure mode episode, or like several. I don't think it would work for his videos that well, but he was just sitting there like theory crafting different like playthrough styles and kind of came to the conclusion. I don't think he's ever said it out loud, but I could kind of tell from the tone of his voice that he's like, this would take way too long. And the thing that you need to know about Ambiguous Amphibian is, well, one, he rated me a couple times, and bless his soul, he's a wonderful person. But he puts out videos like weekly. Right? Like weekly. Like, I'm talking weekly. Like, he was definitely, like, I think looking into doing a bunch of stuff with Fortress mode. But, like, the difference between learning to micromanage, like, Project Zomboid or The Sims and Dwarf Fortress is, like, an order of magnitude. I don't know what a navies. I read that as like navies, like as in, hey, listen, boats are in the plans, but not for a long time, probably. Fun fact, if you go to the parameters folder in the games directory today and you delete the pre-gen world settings, it just gives you new ones. How old will your world be? I set it to go to 350 or 300, depending on how many animals are dead. I've basically just increased savagery. I like this glacier up here with a volcano, though. For those of you who are wondering, the plan for this fortress is I want to build an arena and make monsters fight. because monsters look pretty now. So I want to build a beast catching fort. Is quite literally what I want to do. So I kind of want to be a little bit isolated. I'm thinking probably Untamed Wilds because that would be fun. And then building some sort of big arena. I'm not entirely sure how yet. That's what I want to do. But exclamation point goal, at least on the Twitch side of things, is purely just a TBD right now. But in this whole ramble just started with somebody in chat saying that they think that Dwarf Fortress is on the upswing. And let me tell you this. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is on the upswing right now. However, it could be. And it needs two things to be on the upswing. It needs people to be looking for it. But in order to get that, you need people telling people that they should be looking for it. And in order for that to happen, you need people to be talking about it positively and promoting it. Right now, when I open up a web browser, turn off my search history, and search for Dwarf Fortress, I find a lot of people complaining about lack of keyboard support. I find a lot of people complaining about the UI, and I find a lot of people complaining about the graphics. I don't see a lot of people being super positive. I do see some videos. I see some old videos that are not positive. And I see my own tutorials. And that's not how you sell people on a game. And then you see a lot of RimWorld. That's the other thing. I think Dwarf Fortress right now is a victim of its own problems to a degree. I think that the game is largely where it is right now because of its old reputation. And I think in order for Dwarf Fortress to gain traction, which it could, you need to either shut up or satisfy the people who are constantly complaining about the game being bad and insisting that you should only play the free versions. You need to convince more people like my dumbass to play the game. And when people do play the game in a public forum, so video, stream, it needs to perform as well as RimWorld. Or a lot of those people are just going to go back to playing RimWorld because it's already there, it's already established, and already makes money. And I said this a lot in 2022 and 2023 when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and I had a lot more people than now watching on stream. Like, we had 500 people, 600 people watching on Twitch almost every day. In 2 years, I'm going to be the only person left. And there are other people that have jumped on since, and it's great to have them. You know, we've got like a Von Galactic who's doing pretty well on YouTube and does okay on Twitch. But we also have people like Deep Space. We got people like Smitchell, Unchowder, other people that are trying to get into the space. And that's what we need. I think, like, at the end of the day, the audience that watches Dwarf Fortress is small and committed. It's bigger than it was, for certain. Yeah, Telenartho as well. I'm talking about channels that are starting to grow, though. That sounds mean, but Telenartho's great. I like the guy a lot. He did vanish for a good chunk of time, though. The game needs an audience that is consistent, supportive, and growing. And right now, it's an audience that's supportive. It's not even consistent. Because when a big release comes out, for anything, it doesn't even need to be in the same genre, my numbers tank. And I know that I'm like 90% of the directory a lot of the time on Twitch and YouTube, because there's very few other people streaming. So what does that do for smaller channels? Isn't there a VTuber, you forget his name? Clearly, definitely. Yeah, that's Von Galactic, probably. If you're talking about the Evil Wizard VTuber, yeah, that's fun. So, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I will still be playing in 5 years, and it'd be cool if game bigger. But who knows? Might be around the same size. Euthris, thanks for keeping that sub back. Or bringing that sub back. That's a YouTube membership. Appreciate you. If you want to introduce more people to Dwarf Fortress, you need to explore and expand the dwarf ways into other media and entertainment. I don't know what that means. But okay. You had a fortress near a river with a good food source. However, I did an oopsie, and now I have an indoors river. But the fish gone. Fish appear in water that has connection to the edge of the map, and then they move around. That's what happens. Snarkophagus in YouTube chat says, do you think they should continue to work on adventure mode? I feel like that they should just focus on Fortress. Adventure mode development is Fortress mode development. That's what you need to realize. And I think this is also a problem that the Dwarf Fortress community has. I want to see what this volcano looks like. I'm just going to click play now. This is also a problem that the Dwarf Fortress community has. People look at adventure mode and they go, why are they wasting all this time on developing adventure mode? And then they go play something else. The Mark's Dwarf update is an adventure mode update primarily. All of the under the hood mechanics are an adventure mode update. The speed that the dwarves fire at, their behaviors, that's all done in adventure mode. So think about it this way. In World of Warcraft, you get content updates that adds expansions, quests, new regions. Yes. But with those content updates comes engine upgrades. Adventure mode updates are largely engine upgrades for Fortress mode. And you need to remember that. So should they stop prioritizing adventure mode? They're not. They're prioritizing the engine, which is important. When adventure mode runs better, it directly benefits Fortress mode. When mechanics for adventure mode expand, it changes how things operate in Fortress mode. The two modes are very closely linked in the game. As Rumrusher says, who's one of the deepest Dwarf Fortress scientists out there, stuff that affects adventure mode is something that affects units, which also affects everything, which includes fort mode. So, yes. And I don't know how they can communicate it, right, Travis Sutton? Like, they're through the very large, long period of time that they've spent developing the UI for adventure mode. The only big thing coming down the pipeline for adventure mode is site building, which I don't think is going to happen for a bit. So they are developing Fortress mode primarily right now. But they're never going to stop developing adventure mode because adventure mode improving makes Fortress mode better. Adventure mode was the original mode. Dwarf Fortress started off as a solo roguelike game. Or band. Like, the idea of Dwarf Fortress was that it would generate a fortress that was destroyed and you would adventure into it and find out what happened. That was the original pitch for Dwarf Fort. And you know what's funny, Travis? Is they have released bug fixes and optimization every other month for the last 3 years. And I've made videos covering it. I've talked about it many times, and people ask me when the game's getting multi-threading. I've gotten a bit nihilistic about my fellow influencers to a degree. And I've kind of given up trying to convince them to try this game again. Previous streams or previous years, we did a Dwarf Fortress charity marathon called the Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato, which is primarily a RimWorld event. Now, the Dwarf Fortress Charity Marathon is, or previously was, where we got 20-something streamers together to play Dwarf Fortress. And the first year we did it, we had pretty good participation. We were able to get a pretty decent lineup of people together of varying sizes, and we raised quite a bit of money for charity, and it went well. The second time we did it, finding people was like pulling teeth. We managed to get a lineup of people together so that we could run the event, but holy shit, it was hard. For the RimWorld event, when it's announced that it's happening and the dates are announced, people start practicing 3 weeks beforehand. And as the group that organizes it, or as a member of the group that organizes it, we're always able to get some large names to take part because they know how to play the game already. And it performs well, so it's an excuse to play it. And they know that other people are going to be playing the game because it performs well. So, oh, there's an event coming up. Okay, well, we'll start practicing. The second time we ran the Dwarf Fortress event, only a small handful, a fraction of people practiced. And it was a nightmare to run behind the scenes. And it's because people take part in the event because the event has goodwill. Not because they think the game's going to bring them traffic. And I got into a pretty stiff discussion with somebody in the team who organizes those events about, like, why people participate in charity events. It's for numbers. They do it for traffic and notoriety and awareness of their channel. Not to raise money for a charity. That's a bonus. Like, that's how the influencer brain think. And the reason we decided not to do it this year was because I was convinced I wasn't going to be able to get a lineup big enough to be able to run an event. And sure, could I do it? Yes. Would all of the channels be very small? Yes. Would it be a good event and worth the time and effort that we put into it? Probably not. So I opted not to do it. And we decided to hold off a year, potentially longer. Because in order for an event like that to make sense, we need to be able to get a weekend block of streamers that are willing to take 4-hour chunks to play a specific video game and know the game well enough that there's at least some level of skill parity. It's not possible right now. So do I think Tarn and Kitfox are doing a good job with their marketing and community stuff? It seems like a very unique model in the industry, very transparent. I don't think Tarn does any marketing. I like it at all. So Tarn doing marketing is kind of a eh. Tarn posts on his blog and talks to the community in the forums. Tarn doesn't do any marketing. Do I think Kitfox is doing a good job marketing? I think they've had a couple bungles. Yeah, it's just the RimWorld event and the Dwarf Fortress event were both succession forts with content creators for charity. Like the RimWorld Hot Potato event has happened like 6 or 7 times now. So we're to its credit. Those events, the two of them, like the Dwarf Fortress one, I think did like $60,000 total, and the RimWorld one has done like $500,000 for Doctors Without Borders. Like, they're great events, but so essentially, like, I don't know why I'm rambling about this so much. This is just stuck. Word of mouth works as marketing. What is Vampire Survivors? Yes, word of mouth works. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a casualty of its own memes. And I know people love to talk about its famous bugs. And I know people love to complain. And that's fair. Feedback's important. And bugs are funny. I don't think it does the game much of a service at this point. Like, at all. That is, one, Bullet Heaven's a video game, not a genre. 2, Vampire Survivors is a shitty clone of a billion mobile games. 3, nobody knew what those games were or cared until Vampire Survivors. Look up Bullet Heaven. It's literally a video game. It's a Japanese shmup. So I don't know. For me, my focus at this point, my focus originally was I need to convince as many streamers as possible and to try the game and try and make it as accessible as possible with as many tutorials. At this point, I've given up. I probably could have said that about a year ago. I've given up trying to show people that this game is easier than it looks and awesome if you put some time into it. I'll do that for new people who are interested in playing the game, but when it comes to me pushing it so that other people play it, I've given up because supporting the community that already exists, I think, is more important. And I think as the game develops, hopefully, the reputation that Dwarf Fortress has will change for the better. But we'll see. And before Premium came out, Dwarf Fortress was this weird game played by crazy people that was fascinating to read about. Now it's this weird game played by crazy people that's fascinating to read about. But if you're a normal person, you just go play one of the 4 games that markets itself as being like it. And I respect that. And I don't know how to change that. So this doesn't have an aquifer anywhere on it, which is a bit annoying. Bit annoying. I just want to see what this looks like. I don't understand what that means, so no offense taken. It's very much a... it's got sand over there. That's interesting. Native copper. Nifty. Let's look at some other locations in this map. Also want to look at some legends. Now I gotta find the world again. It's this one. It's gotta be this one, right? It's going all right, Zacher. In the grand scheme of things, yes, Ghost Tiger. I'm not super thrilled with that map layout, though. You see, that's what I mean by Dwarf Fortress information is largely old, out of date, and bad. I mean, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking... When I say that Dwarf Fortress is a victim of its own memes, that's what I'm talking about. You could go watch my tutorials on aquifers. You could watch my video on wells where I talk about aquifers. You could watch any stream that I've done over the years where I talk about aquifers. But you were under the impression that aquifers are bad and you're blaming tutorials for it. No, that's just out-of-date information. Because people parrot out-of-date information. Because the way a lot of people make tutorials for video games is they go look up a wiki or they go look up a tutorial and then they copy it. And if you go find a tutorial that somebody made 10 years ago, they'll tell you that aquifers were bad. You don't want to know why? Because they were! Aquifers got nerfed super heavily a couple years ago and went from being virtually unbeatable things if you don't have pretty detailed knowledge of how the game's mechanics work, to almost immediately being like, not moot, but a non-threat. in regards to light aquifers, because light aquifers just straight up didn't exist at one point. And you need to realize that, right? Like, when I say that Dwarf Fortress is a victim of its own memes, that's what I'm talking about. Is you saying that you were under the impression that aquifers are bad. Well, yeah, because they were. Long time ago, but they were. Trying to figure out where that cliff was exactly. I know it was somewhere on this, but... Yeah, but not many people are going to spend $40 on a guidebook. Galeth Dragon. I would say they've always kind of been a requirement for the fort, but now they're, like, functional with minimal understanding of the game in a fort. That's where it is. See what this looks like, because this could be a really cool one. Maybe a little too right angle-y. It's a fun one, though. Dwarf Fortress has a guidebook. It's on Fangamer, Dustin, dude. It is like the price of the game, if not more, though. I recently bought Dwarf Fortress because you found your videos and tutorials on YouTube, and you're just stopping by to say thank you. You have great content. Well, thank you, man. We're kind of talking about that a little bit. Talking about the onboarding process of getting new people into this game. I mean, that's what the wiki's for. Sarcophagus. If you want something to explain the complicated stuff, you have to just go look at the wiki. But I see what you're saying. What's this? Untamed Wilds? Let's take a peek at this. Learn from Captain Duck. I miss Captain Duck. But he burnt out on the game super fucking hard. And also, I don't think he's covered anything related to Dwarf Fortress in like 6+ years. 6, 7, maybe 8 years. Not the one I just did, Bub, is my favorite biome to embark in. I know that's very vague, but not the thing I just did. And the thing that we just did was like... And it doesn't matter. It's like, whenever I finish a fortress, my favorite biome to embark is something different from what I just did. You learned DF a long, long time ago? Sure. I'm not going to name names, and it's obviously not Captain Duck, but there definitely are people out there who make tutorials for Dwarf Fortress as well that I don't think are doing the game much of a service because they're just reading the wiki word for word. Up-to-date and out-of-date information and all. And I don't think that that always is necessarily the best thing for the game in the long haul either. Just looking for sheer cliffs here. Maybe some interesting rivers or something. Or like waterfalls, potentially. Like this. It's just wilderness, though. I am kind of looking for Untamed Wilds, though. Gotta go this way for... There's a bunch of towers up here. That's fun. This would be a very populated area. Oh, that's kind of neat. Very flat, though. This area is kind of cool, but there's just kind of not much of super heavy interest to me in this area. I do like the untamedness of it, though. What's this got? Is that a canyon? I saw a helmet snake stand up once, and that made me laugh pretty hard. The concept of snakes standing up in general is something I will always love in Dwarf Fort. The snake stands up. It's like, excuse me? What? Okay. So this is only wilderness, but I need to see what this mountain looks like. Because that's actually kind of nutty steep. Is there any more around? Look at this. Do I ever mess with the world gen settings? I did today. I always do. Okay, first off, this is lagging upon load. Oh my word. This map goes up to 156 and down to 100. That is a big ass map. Correct, Ben Kenobi. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, and the wagon didn't even make it. I also like that one. Where is it exactly? It's right here. I mean, if we're going for a steep-ass mountain, it's kind of a keeper. The problem that I have with it is it's only wilderness. I kind of wanted untamed wilds. So let's poke around a little bit. Is it normal to set up your fortress, get everything running, and just don't explore the caverns nor do much, and then nothing happens? Well, if you don't explore the caverns or do much, nothing happens. Yes, that's true. You have to do things to make things happen. This is very much a game about you being a dungeon master and trying to tell a story. So you have to manipulate the game's mechanics into things getting happening. If you want to get attacked, you have to attack stuff and make them aware that you're there. If you want to get attacked, you have to settle near things that will attack you. If you want to have exciting events happen from the overworld, you have to initiate them in a lot of cases. If you want to have lots of people to trade with, you have to go reach out to people and be like, come fucking trade with me. Dwarf Fortress doesn't care about your existence and requires you, the player, to go out of your way to manipulate its systems. Which is its biggest benefit, but it's also probably its biggest negative. This might be really fun, actually. Let's settle right here. So it also has iron, gold, silver, copper, zinc, which is like way more materials than I'm used to. Huh. I kind of like this one already. I got these two cool spikes. This goes up to layer 112. It's more like spiky tits, but sure. Or party hats. This is a gnome hat. It's got silver all over it, too. Remember that movie Escape from Witch Mountain, chat? Escape to Tit Mountain. I haven't done a fortress with things like this since Creature Keepers. Thank you, Justin Rogers. Jester hat? True. I mean, so what I want to do is I want to catch monsters and make them fight in an arena. Okay, this is kind of a butt mountain. There is kind of a butt mountain right there. I don't know. I'm still leaning spiky tits. I love all of the different, like, peaks it's got, though. It's a kissy face. Yeah, it kind of does look like someone doing duck lips, doesn't it? Like, right there. Like, it's like fish face. Is fish a word in the Dwarven language? Because fish face mountain would be a really fun name for this. Fish lips arena! Yeah, it's kind of there. Like, it kind of looks like... Okay, hold on. I can't zoom out much. Can I, like, see more? Okay. It's like if you put a eye here, like, this is the lips, and it's, like, kissing this. Like, it kind of... It works. I mean, this could easily be, like, a front door. This could be in a, like, we could hollow this out and make it into an arena. Could make them more symmetrical, too, and do some pretty cool shit. Lots of fun cave-in opportunities. Chat, should I do a reveal of the caverns? This is a, do you guys let me do this question. Nothing grows here, so surface farming is a no-go. Because I'll forget it by the time I get there. Oh, actually, I can't, because DFAC ain't working. All right. Well... Arena... I was just thinking about making this one into an arena. But, okay, hold on. So, Bub in YouTube chat is saying, make them more symmetrical. I didn't know Blind was a plastic surgeon. This isn't a plastic. This isn't plastic. This is rock and dirt. I'll have you know I'm a excavator. Da. Not a plastic surgeon. Surgical excavation. I like that area. It's still only Untamed. It's not Untamed Wilds, though. It's only wilderness. Also, shout when DF hack updates, chat, and I can refresh. You always reveal the map to make sure you... I mean, I'm already, like, satisfied with that as a surface map, but... We'll see where this goes. Also, thank you, by the way, to everybody who's tuning in today. It's nice to have a crowd. I think this is the most people we've had in a month and a half. I think I definitely let the last fortress go too long. But yeah, it's down here in this region is where that was. The thing is, though... Whoops. Yeah, it was this, I think. There may be other spots like that around here, so let's just poke around a wee bit. Like, this is one, probably. This is Untamed Wilds. It's got silver, copper, nickel, lead, silver, copper, nickel, lead, sand. No aquifer, though, unfortunately. So that's another one that we could try. It's not as steep, but it's similar. Because it's like, when it gets gray is when you get the really steep stuff, so... This is another steep-ish one. Not as steep, but still steep. This is another not bad one. But I am kind of looking for Untamed Wilds. Because I'm still messing with Mark's Dwarves. And I want to see, like, what I can actually do. Oh, wow. That has native platinum in it. Huh. Definitely clowns. Let's see what this looks like. No, they would still get tier 4, bub. That's weird. This feels like it should be way steeper, but it's not. But it does have native platinum, like... No, that's magnetite. Like, this place has surface platinum. Look at that. Also, Rock Sprinkled is a pretty good name, yeah. Damn. It's a very rich surface fort. It's not steep enough for what I'm looking for, though. You can use Embark anywhere if you want to embark on the peak of a mountain, bub. But you have to grow stuff in the caverns because nothing will grow on the surface. You have an issue with the Steam version. You deleted the save folder and then saved while playing, and now the game crashes and creates a Bay12 folder in app data and saves there. Why did you delete the save folder? I don't know. Go to the KitFox Discord and report that. I have no idea. I'm not tech support at the end of the day. You have to go ask the developers. What exactly am I looking for? I'm looking for something that's Untamed Wilds and steep. Really. And also something that speaks to me. I would copy your save install to somewhere else, Sneaky Guns, and then reinstall the game. That's the other thing I would do. But yeah, go to the KitFox Discord and ask them. That's gonna be your best bet to finding a solution. I know that's like very ambiguous when I say that I'm looking for something that speaks to me, but that's the truth. Like, you know, I don't know if you've ever played a video game where you just hit random map repeatedly for hours before you start playing. That's kind of where I'm at right now. You're like, I'm waiting for something that speaks to me. Like this. Maybe this one could speak to me. That one pointy one was neat, but it's not Untamed Wilds. Eh, that one certainly doesn't. The mountain with lips would be able to speak to me. We may end up playing there, but I don't know. The first 5 turns in Civ 6 for 4 hours. I mean, I've never done that in Civ 6, but I did do that in Civ 2. And Civ 4. Those are the ones I played the most, so. Yeah, but I would absolutely just go take that and give it to KitFox and see what they say. Sneaky Guns. Like, just go, like, post it in the KitFox bugs room on the KitFox Discord. And, because you're not giving it to KitFox, you're giving it directly to Putnam. You're injecting it into Putnam's veins, if you do that. You're injecting it into Putnam's brains, yes. That's... What am I saying? This is all calm. All calm! Got a serene mountain down there. Okay, I kind of love this. It's tiny little temperate saltwater marsh and joyous wilds. That's kind of amazing, actually. That is kind of amazing. It would kind of ruin the ability for me to be able to get visitors to, like, come see my arena, but that is kind of amazing. It's perfectly flat, too. Let's just see what this would look like. I'm gonna increase it by 2. So you can actually get a little bit further out into the ocean and also get some land in there. Take a peek. It's Paradise Island. I don't know about that. So I'm pause it for a minute. I don't know about Paradise. Giant flies. Yikes. It's not full of dinosaurs, though. Very boring terrain, though. Slug might be scary. Giant slugs aren't that bad. You just kind of puncture them and they die. Also, yeah, it's called Fill Tombs. That is very ominous. The random names are good. Did someone say dinosaurs? No. Go back to sleep. I'm kind of like... I kind of want to be mainland and have access to things around me. Super sheep? New Fort Day is your favorite day, not cheering day? Then you get to be chill in the hot sun. Thanks for the 5-pack. Holy shit. Appreciate you. Thanks for the first notification of money in 40 minutes. And, okay, so I had a resub and 2 Prime subs earlier. So that, including UGDPY's sub right there, still doubles the total number of subs. Also, UGDPY, thanks for the 27th month. Appreciate you, mate. Does the trick of embarking and abandoning forts as a bridge for the mainland work? Oh, certainly I could do that. I don't really want to do that, though, because the island map is boring. That's the issue I'm running with here, is that it's uninteresting. This is also a potential area that I haven't really messed around with a little bit, though. We've got a lot of pretty steep stuff in this area. So if I poke around a little bit, like this could be interesting, right? Sokartama? Sokartama? Sneaky Guns. Thanks for the primes. Appreciate you guys. Like, I think this was the first one we saw, right? Yeah, that was the first one I spotted. Ooh, this could be a nice spot. This could be a spot. This one's also got an aquifer too, which is a benefit. You know, actually, what's this? Let's try settling like right here. Or actually, this I think gets us on the stream. Let's try this. Hylam, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. Appreciate you a ton. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Bruh. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Got a waterfall. Got a stream. We got funny pointy bits. We got tweez. Did my wagon break? Yes. They did kind of park it on a peak. They climbed the mountain in peak, okay? And also the bottom isn't like too right angle-y. Like it's a pretty sheer cliff, but They centered their truck. They parked diagonally in the parking space, guys. And then disassembled it over the two next to it. And there's also like another canyon over here. I think this one might be a keeper. There's like another angle I would like to try. But let's just see what's on the map real quick. Giant Kias! Oh my god. We must domesticate giant Kias. Just wait until the F-150s arrive. Just insta... everything dead. Lightning Roger, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. Look, that one level looked like a dude lying down. I don't see it, but they're cool looking is more or less the entirety of the logic behind the audience enjoyment of waterfalls. They're cool. They're a cool feature and they're fun to build around. I think it's like the entirety of it. Although having water sources on the surface in general is exceptionally helpful, so that also is part of it. You always like to build rooms behind waterfalls? Yeah, that too. I like that spot. I'm going to explore around that small region, see what else we can find. And thanks for the $1, Lightning Roger, as well. It now needs 8 subscriptions or almost like 39 bucks and bits to level up. If you happen to have a Prime sub, perhaps you could push that train forward. Otherwise, thank you for taking the time to support the channel. So that was right here. We've also got like this stuff up here. The really steep stuff is all like kind of in this region specifically. So that was right here that we embarked. Let's try like right here. This up here was where we did before. That could also be one. Marvicious! Thanks for the $1. Mr. Lambs, thanks for the 5-pack. Hey, you got Sentient Potato in there. Cheers, dude.
Narvicus cheers. X100.
And Necro. Teddy one? That a play on Toady one? But thanks for gifting subs, guys. Appreciate you. Not super sold on this one. This one's kind of uninspired. It's not bad, but it does have sandstone, which is nice. You also got Kettle Lars. It's a really long time subscriber I haven't seen in a while. The wagon made it this time. Yes, this is true. I think we've found the area that I want to settle in because it is Untamed Wilds. Sandstone's good because it just looks nice. It's purely just I like the color of it. YouTube chat. For the train to level up, it needs 2 more subscriptions and $8 in bits. Or $8 in bits. Either or. 2 primes, 2 resubs. Have they changed stuff with the map? You can't remember. It looked like that when we were checking the last time you embarked like 6 months ago. Like the world map? They added some buildings. So Bub in the YouTube chat says, if the wagon made it, the fort is unusable and not steep enough in your head. Is that like... So are you the sort of person who settles on the edge of a volcano and you're just like, excellent, we're teetering on the edge of death. Okay, hold on.
Almost my time to rule Underhouse.
This is pretty interesting right here. So we were just down in here, doing stuff over here. Like, yeah, we were just messing around down in this region. But, like, look at this. Also, look at this. That's embarkable. Huh. I mean, obviously it could be steeper. Also, that's embarkable. But let's just take a look at this. New World. Lightning Roger, thank you very much for leveling up that train with a 5-pack. You're very kind. Aeronamo as well, thanks for 26 months. Okay, this is kind of cool. But not nearly as inspired because it doesn't feel like a mountain as much. This is kind of cool, actually.
Cheered. X100.
It's also a really tall map. The Tri-Titties, the Tri-Towers, the Tri-Peaks. P and Braille, yeah. It's okay. No, I needed to start a new world because I want to have colored monsters, but also I want, what's the word? I want colored monsters, but I also would like to not have to wait 3 minutes for the game to save. Because that world was getting a little nuts. You got a fortress with a pit from level 24 to level 1, and it was nuts, so that's pretty steep. Did you do in the other world? I think it was 6 or 7. The world save is there if you want it. It's it's not pinned, but it's in the announcements on my Discord. If you'd like to mess around with it or dig into it at all, it is available if you would like it. There's a lot of places in this map, actually. Just looking for places where rivers connect with steep. This could also be cool. Although there's no aquifer, which is a bit of a pain.
I am helping.
Thank you for helping. Appreciate you, Stonecoat. Oh, this could be cool. Although that's just wilderness. Damn it. The reason I'm looking for Untamed Wilds is I want the wilderness to attack me. I think that... Or was it? I think that this down here might be the keeper so far. I think that might be the keeper so far. Let me just scan around the top of this. So wilderness, about down the bottom. Steep, but it's not that steep. Can't you scan it? Sure, but it's not going to find the exact things that I'm looking for. Like the, find an Embark location. It's like you can search for specific materials and whether or not it has certain things, but like, not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for pretty specific land formations. And it's one of those, like, I kind of just have to search until I find one. Like this. Like this, potentially. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train with 26 subscriptions and $4 in bits. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Seriously, guys. Like this, potentially. Like this, potentially. I kind of wish it had like a peak somewhere, but it kind of doesn't. But this is maybe the most mountainy looking mountain I've seen. Yeah, I'm also trying not to have to increase the size of the map too much. Especially because this is a very tall world and a very deep world. I mean, the wagon made it. What? Where? What are they doing? Oh. What's on the map? Let's see. Chinchillas and wolverines. Oh, that's terrifying. No trees is not a problem, though. I can absolutely go down to the caverns and get trees. Elves don't hate wood. They hate it when you cut down wood. They hate food that's made with meat. Acme Entertainment in YouTube chat. Yeah, Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. Well, Ozzy Osbourne was the other day, but... One second, I'll be right back, chat. Hulk Hogan was kind of a shitty person, yes. And that's maybe a polite understatement. But yes. But he did in fact die, which is why I stated that he did in fact die. The memes are still pretty good, though. Him being a shitty person or not. So this was the first one that we tried up here, which is just wilderness. And there is a lot of good spots down there. But I think that the best one that I've seen, unless there's one that I'm missing here, which I'm not positive that there is I think the, oops. I think this, either this one or this one with the river, because this was the one with the waterfall. Taking a scan around here, I could try embarking right here, because I think this also has a waterfall on it. Yeah, it does. This is another steep spot with a river on it. Let's just do this one as a 5x5 so I can get... This one has better material spread. Like, this has even more resources. Not that I need more resources, but... This is the one area that I really would like to try. Oh, well, that's ugly as fuck. Nope, that's an easy no. Kind of a cool mountain, but... The river is one of the ugly zigzag ones, and the base of it's awful. Here's the thing. When it comes to Hulk Hogan, for me, I think the character Hulk Hogan, yeah, rest in peace, to a degree. Because I don't follow wrestling, but I find that character funny and compelling. The man who played Hulk Hogan, fucking shitbag. And let's keep it clear like that, yeah? That's how I feel about Hulky. Wildlife attacks you and wildlife are bigger. Basically, the map is mean in an Untamed Wilds map. Fun character, fun memes. Shitty person, has been shitty person for a really long time. Rest in piss. On how to properly enjoy Dwarf Fortress, or how to find your way of enjoying Dwarf Fortress. You just find it to be very complex and overwhelming, and you can't find a consistent way to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I enjoy the chaos, and I enjoy trying to work slowly towards goals. I try and figure out a theme before I begin. Once I have the theme and idea of what I want to do with it, sort of like a starting scenario in a sandbox game, I try and work towards that goal while letting things go wrong. I'd be lying if I said I enjoyed this game 100% of the time. It's not perfect by any stretch. There's definitely points where I find it tedious, monotonous, slow, or frustrating even. However, it is very possible to try and set a goal or think of a theme and then work towards a means to an end within the structure of Dwarf Fortress that I think can be extremely compelling. But as far as how do you enjoy Dwarf Fortress, that I don't really know, unfortunately. That's a very difficult question to answer. Let's see, that's probably this is probably the one for it. All right, so I think this is the most compelling of the maps I've seen. Unless you guys in chat are very partial to one or another. I like the way this waterfall falls. I like the shape of it. I like the fact that there is a waterfall. Holy shit, there's actually malachite on the surface. Wow. Malachite's a fun color. It's green. Look at that sharp cliff. Yeah, and it's got a fun cliff. It's got like this fun thing that we could build around. Lots of space for grand front doors. I'm thinking like, I don't normally do this, but somebody mentioned this the other day. They're like, what have you built mostly on one layer? Depending on where this aquifer is, I could see myself mostly building like maybe like 4 levels up and just building a big ramp into the fort. It's been a while since I've done that. Green fort, I'm not going to promise. I don't actually know how much. There's also Garner right there. I don't actually know how much malachite is on the map. Well, not really. It's kind of a design challenge for Dwarf Fort in regards to mostly building on one layer. Although I do try to do that pretty frequently because it makes the fort easier to follow for the audience. I think that's the map, chat. I think that's the map. Basically, a Colosseum carved, maybe not giant, but definitely a Colosseum carved into the side of a mountain. That is kind of the plan. You only find malachite and marble and limestone, which is why it's so rare. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. I just kind of never really see it and never really thought about it. Let's retire this fortress, and I'm just going to restart the game, see if DF Hack's updated. Has it? No, it hasn't. Welp. Let's dive in, then. 1 layer for Monster Zoo and Arena. Sure, yeah, I mean, the arena is going to be multiple layers, but 1 area or space, I guess. I mean, I could do a lot of things with GitHub, or I could just, like, pretend and try my hardest to pretend that GitHub doesn't exist because I hate using GitHub, so I could do that, certainly, but I also, like, don't care because it updates on Steam, and I'm not going to update it from GitHub. I'm going to update it from Steam, so I'm waiting for them to port it to Steam. So they update it on GitHub before they update it on Steam anyway, so it doesn't actually help. But, you know. No, because Dwarf Fortress updated since. And I didn't go to the alpha branch. I went to the experimental, or the beta branch, rather. The dwarves aren't going to fight, GZ. But, so I would guess I won't get your bonus points then. No, this is going to be for monsters to fight. GitHub as a dev, GitHub as a regular person. I know somebody who works on GitHub, works at GitHub. And to quote him, GitHub shouldn't be used by normal consumers and stop putting stuff on GitHub that is directed at normal consumers. Because it is like one of the most unpleasant fucking UI experiences you can have on the internet. All right, let's just check our origin civilizations. Who's close? The Lash of Zeal? The Mysterious Syrup. Well, they're kind of dead. Very mysterious. I like the Allied Lancers. That's a good name. It's basically these guys right here. The Lash of Zeal. Pretty successful little faction. 32 sites. Iden Oil Tunnel. The Everlast. Okay, I really like the name of this mountain range. The Everlasting Horn. That I agree with, Red Fogel. But anyway, I can use GitHub. I don't actually care that much. And it doesn't help me for the Steam patches anyway, so. Because it probably updated like hours ago and is, or roughly the same time Steam updated, and they now just need to get Steam to take the update on their servers. But anyway, whatever. That's Embarkable. That's wild. Stop getting distracted. Focus on the plot here. So we are the Lash of Zeal, and we are going to embark right here. We're going to have access to more metal than I normally have, which is iron, gold, silver, copper, nickel. Just throw a pumper in there somewhere and it sounds like a type of bread. Delicious. There is an aquifer on this map, thankfully. To call the fort Fish Kiss? That sounds like a tavern, if you ask me. Also, we're not on the Fish Kiss Peak. The Fish Kiss Peak is over here, wasn't it? What is Dwarf Therapist? Unnecessary use of screen real estate? No, Reinhardt. Everything failed horribly and I feel terrible about it. All right, we're waiting for some ads to end here on the Twitch side of things. And then I will jump in game. Well, might as well click the confirm button anyway. And prepare for this journey carefully. So I'm going to update the goal command while I'm waiting for this ad. Catch beasts and make them fight in a grand arena. Yeah. The fortress was founded in the year 300. All right, command should be updated. If I'm doing the same thing twice, from one embark to the next, Maravitas, your best course of action is to call the police because I've been kidnapped, and it's not me playing. I've been replaced by an Amazon AI. No, I don't generally do the same thing every time. I try to do things as different as humanly possible every time. Trying to think, like, what fun task should I specialize the dwarves in? Or do I want to specialize in a moodable skill? You know, like, do we want to go for like stone cutting and engraving, or do we want to go for weapons? Yeah, then I'd be powered by like diesel engines, right, Aaron? Specialize in armor. Last time we did weapons, that would be pretty similar. Bookie, you mean bookkeeper? Appraisal. Animal training? That's pretty easy to train, though. I mean, cage traps are a must. Yeah. I'm trying to think like moodable skills, though. I'm not doing bees. Fuck that. We did that in the last fort. I'm kind of... Bub's actually got an idea there. Like, I was kind of thinking about that. The idea of maybe specializing in doctors for the starting 7. Like, maybe a bunch of surgeons and animal trainers. I mean, I've spent the last 3 forts building massive libraries. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I mean, that's not a moodable skill, which is primarily what I'm thinking about. And also, you can't make a gelding guild hall. And I do like to start with a guild hall. That's the one thing I do like to do consistently. Make a circus. Well, let's do this. Diagnoser. 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 Surgeon, diagnoser. Surgeon, surgeon. Bone doc, bone doc. Stitches, stitches. Wound, wound. Wound. Diagnose. And the bottom one down here, we're going to give you organizer, record keeper, and appraiser. You, we're going to give speaker, poet, writer for funsies. This one up here, You can take 2 points in brewing and 2 points in planting. And a point in engraving. I'll give you a bunch of points in engraving. Some points in masonry. Maybe cooking. You... The last 2. New Fort who dis? New Year's, same memes. I was saying armor. Two proficient armor smiths. Give you gem cutting, maybe. You engraving. And wood cutting. Stop one will give you some points in mining. And a point in mining. It's a fun little gaggle of nerds. I feel like that's probably something that happened, and I don't even need to fact check anything to presume that that's probably something that happened. In regards to a doctor in Rome showing up at gladiator tournaments just to work on bodies. Well then. There's elephants. I had elephants in the last fort, and they took 1,000 years to grow up, basically. I don't know if I want to bring elephants. Elephants are fun and all, but, like, I kind of did that. There's a, so Mr. Noobed in the YouTube chat says, I kind of wish doctors would be simplified just to, so it's not just one skill and maybe require 2 or 3 dwarves for some surgery things. If you go look, I think at the future of the fortress, Tarn talks about why that's a terrible idea and why it's probably not going to happen. And I think also in the last interview I did with him. What is your theme? We're catching monsters and making them fight. Moose? That's basically an elephant, though. Also, there isn't moose, there's reindeer. What? I'm not seeing moose. Where are you seeing moose? Maybe hunting dogs? I was kind of thinking just some dogs, yeah. I also, like, never bring cats. I could just bring some cats. Well, not hunting dogs. I would just bring dogs. I can just train them. It's just a waste of points. Wait, did what 2 to 3 forts ago? Made things fight? In Head Punch, yes. Yes, we did. But the thing with Head Punch was one of 2 forts I've done recently that I let go way too long, and that fort became unplayably laggy because it was also like a 8x8 Embark or something and had a really weirdly sized map. But I'm trying to do that again because of the, you know, beasts. It's the perfect Forgotten Beast bait. Well, I don't know if they're the perfect Forgotten Beast bait. The reason I would say I don't think they're the perfect Forgotten Beast bait is because dwarves they like to adopt dwarves without you having any say. And then if they're named, you can't chain them up. And migrants haven't brought any in a few years. I find I always have just shit tons of cats, but I don't know. I also don't find them to be that useful. Human caravans bring elephants, dwarven caravans do not. YouTube chat. Do you pasture cats? No. I mean, sometimes, not generally. Swag and Kessel, thank you very much for that Prime for a 6th month. Welcome back. Yeah, fuck it. Bring some kittens so that they don't breed too quickly. And let's bring some turkeys. So I'm gonna bring wood. And I know that might sound odd. Like, why are you bringing wood? Well, the reason I'm gonna bring wood is because it's cheap. And because this is Untamed Wild, so I want to avoid chopping down trees, because chopping down trees is a really good way to make the wildlife attack you. And I can just bring some Bloodthorn. So I'm just gonna bring like 40 wood. At least I want to avoid chopping down trees immediately, so I can just make some beds and stuff and not worry as much. I'm not going to need the rock nuts or the dimple cups. We can get those later if we want them. We got 3 different varieties of drinks. That's neat. It's nifty. Do you know why the silk threads, bag, and clothes are half as expensive on Embark? You're always confused. I would just ask somebody who works on the game. I don't know. I've wondered about that myself, to be honest with you. I think it's largely a, like, this part of the game hasn't been rebalanced in a really long time. Although parts of it got rebalanced when Premium came out. How many points do I have? Hundreds. Trying to think, like... Because we're going to be building an arena, what are some things dwarves who are going to build an arena would bring? It doesn't need to make sense points-wise, because I've got points to burn. I'm seeing ropes, but I'm not seeing chains, which is actually weird. And I could bring cages. YouTube chat's saying goblets. Whoa! Thanks for the 50 euro. I think that's a euro. Looks like a euro. That's a lot of money. That was a big YouTube super chat. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, hit that thingy a bit. Top hat for the ringmaster. Ooh, let's bring some copper cages. Let's, how many are we at? Let's bring 10 copper cages. Let's bring... 10 sheep wool hoods to spend some points. Tiger tooth goblet? Bruh. Ooh, man, I should get rid of something and bring an elephant ivory goblet. That's what we should do. Let's get rid of 2 quivers. And bring an elephant ivory goblet. That's what we need to do. I think it's... And then let's go Crypt Speakers. That's actually a pretty good name. We have medical supplies already. It's, you know, pigtail cloth and everything. I mean, I could... I can't even afford more thread. Spend the rest of it on booze. Need to name the fortress. Script beer? Yes. Yes, it's possible. I think honestly, Tombfill was pretty good. Was one of the random ones we got when just like looking for a location. But so the Everlasting Horn is the name of the mountain range that we're in. Soundhorn. Nah. Bloodstone. Everlasting beer. It's like the endlessly refilling cup. You're everlastingly horny. Wait, no, that's just the internet. Genius Gems. That seems like an old school League of Legends meme. Nuts ringed. No. Bad. Door wheel. The thing is, if I go into Ivory too much, then I'm going to have elephants, and I kind of don't have elephants. Battle drums. How about, bass drums? Or thunder drums? Make the name an Aussie tribute. I don't like Aussie, I think, as much as chat does, but not against it. Battle Beasts is a pretty okay metal band. Battlehorn is like one letter away from Battleborn and feels bad because fuck that guy, enemy. Like, I actively kind of hated that too. Like, I'm not a wrestling person. I think the memes are funny, but he's kind of just a piece of shit. I kind of like thunder drums. I'm trying to, like, think of something that would suit an arena. Shocker, enemy. I mean, we could call it Thunder Fight. Thunder Mob. Could call it the Thunderbolt. Head Smash and Thunder Jump? Actually, hold on. I could call it Head Smash the Thunder Jump. Domain to word that I can use, unfortunately. I could call it Thunder Bunny, YouTube chat. Couldn't call it Thunder Buns, but I could call it Thunder Bunny. Thunderfight, Thunder Fights. Thunderhead's also pretty good. Although Thunderhead just sounds like a really roundabout dick joke. Kick that rolls off the tongue so well, Bismuth, though. Could call it Thunder Fork. Arena is not a word I've tried. Yeah. How is Thunderhead not a dick joke? Is what you should be saying to me, not how's that a dick joke? Thunderhead? Yeah, huh? Bro, I hear that girl gives Thunderhead. Of course it's a joke. Jeez. Thunder Bunny's funny, yeah. Blind is speaking ill of the dead. Go look up literally anything that Hulk Hogan has done in the last 10 years. Fuck that guy. The memes are good. He was a cool character at one point on TV. Fuck that guy. I am well within my rights to speak ill of that fucking guy. Thunderblunt just straight up sounds like weed, though. Now, the way I feel about this, Bismuth, is Hulk Hogan died? Well, anyways, rest in peace, Ozzy. Totally fair. Like, you like the character Hulk Hogan, you hate the guy who is Hulk Hogan. Fuck that guy, brother, is the right response. That's not the issue that I have with him. People can vote for whatever person they want. It's everything else he's done. Him being a Trumper is just like, oh, that's kind of sad. Like, oh well. Anyways. How about Thunderdance? Or, ooh. Thunder Canyon. But dance is also pretty good. Hello, Irish Stupid.
Stupid cheered. X100.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to sit here and talk about Hulk Hogan all day, I'll be honest. I just fucking hate that guy. Use the first I don't like using adjectives in Fortress names because I like it when they fit in the UI, and when you add a name or anything to it, it cuts off. I don't like that, and it bugs me. So I'm thinking we're going with Thunderdance. It's like the louder version of Sundance, but also much shorter. Coincidental crystal is also pretty. It's a coincidental crystal. Work of Glens, the comedic gorge. The radiant furnace. Oof. Sigh, chestnut. Thunder Pits again sounds like a What's your favorite ride at Cedar Point with Thunder Canyon? Spike of Canyons. How about the Spike of Beasts? For the group name. Thunder Pits to me just sounds like Actually, hold on a second. I need to know. I could call it Thunderpants. If we want a funny name, Thunderdance is pretty great, but hear me out. Hear me out. What if we called it Thunderpants? Yeah, it's significantly less mature than a... Bandit Pants is also pretty good. Dick joke, fart joke, shit joke. Sorry, I thought of that. I was like, hold on a second. That wasn't a kind of annoying YouTuber, I'd name it Thunderfoot. Oh, probably. I try to avoid Ninja Sex Party all whenever possible. We are building a arena for big monsters. Is the goal for the fort. YouTube chat. Porn-related memes? Oh, I'm always trying to avoid porn-related memes, but I'm allowed to laugh at it when I think of it. All right. Thunder Short's also pretty funny. Actually, you know, we're an arena. We should be Thundersport. I realize that's significantly less funny than Thunderpants.
199.
But that does fit. I are stupid. Thanks for $2. Appreciate you. Can already taste the game. Oy. Chat, I'm going to do a set of polls. And the question is, should I put Thunderpants in as an option? Because if I do, I think everybody's just going to vote for that. Thunder Sport. Or Thunder Spike. Gotta grab the Twitch side of things. We're also about to get hit by an ad, so it's not terrible timing for this. Thundercourt's pretty good, actually. Shit. Stop giving me all these good names. Court's a word, right? I like how I have to ask. It's not. Thunderscourges. Thunderboard also is pretty good. Dome isn't a word. Can't do it. Thunderdump is pretty terrifying, actually. Speaking of shit jokes. Best I can do is Thunderail. Is that where you're going? Caused a giant brawl in your fort? Probably a tavern keeper and a dwarf getting too drunk. If you have a tavern keeper, probably the tavern keeper. And could somebody respond to Twister Nick with that if they were in an ad and missed that?
X400.
Yeah. What? Oh, I was gonna say I have to. Thundercat. Wait, is cat an option? Thundercat is in fact a name. Okay, maybe I'll. Okay, well, I'm working on this poll. Hold up. We do have some funny names. All right. Twitch chat poll up. YouTube chat poll up. Good luck. Firefox alternative Thundercat. You know, Thunderbeard. All right, let's see who vote where. I'm taking a peek. Oh boy. I've got good news chat and I've got other news. I feel like Thundercat may very quickly turn into Power Pussy. Which I could name something Thunderpuss. All right, chat. I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is a dumb name is winning. The bad news is... Oh, wrong one. I think it's going to be Thunderpants, chat. Well, the polls are almost done, so we'll find out. Captain Thunderpants? I mean, I was thinking that. I mean, we're going to have a Captain Thunderpants of Thunderpants. I'm okay with some comedy. The last few forts have been, like, starkly serious, so... It is inevitable, though. Oh, the memes. Get to memeage, chat. I kind of knew what you know, I'm not going to lie. I am shocked and appalled that Thundercat got 8% of the Twitch votes. 4 people voted for Thundercat. 8 for Thunder Sport, 13 for Thunder Dance, and 24 for Thunderpants. Over here on the YouTube side of things, Thunder Dance got 7% of the vote, Thunder Sport got 13, Thundercat got 36, and Thunderpants got 42, so it's pretty... Thunderpants sounds like a move that a WWE wrestler would do. Like, that would be somebody's finisher, you know? I know enough to say that. So, we are Thunderpants. I really want to do something with the word horn, because we are in the everlasting horn. How about the reverence of beasts? Reverence of monsters. The League of Pants. Well, we're gonna have to make some really high quality pants, aren't we? Underpants, Horn of Eruption. I hate it! Why? I could just call it the League of Thunder. Or like the Beast of Thunder. Only export pants. Please no. League of... The Exalted Beast of Thunder. Yeah. Yeah. The Excavated. Perplexing. Complex. The League of Legends. Yeah, you could name it that. You could name it that. I don't think extraordinary is an option. How about the control of thunder? The inconvenience of thunder. That's just thunder in RimWorld. The conjure of thunder. The... We wouldn't want my dwarves leaking any, like, classified documents. That would be bad. The abstinence of drinks? No. Scabs is all we got. The absence of drinks. I could call it the disappearance of drinks, but... The seat of trousers. Ooh. You know, I could call it the war pig. That, you know, that is a good question, enemy. Why is the rum gone? I stated this before, Tungdill. I'm not going to add anything else to the name of the fortress because it would make it not fit in the UI, and that bugs me. Literally, that's the whole reason why. The Angry Birds? I mean... I could call it the Angry Birds, actually. Yeah, I could name it the Angry Birds. The reason it's the Angry Bird would be the Angry Birds, though, is that is probably going to happen because it is Untamed Wilds. I could call it the Casual Battles. Well, the War Pig could just be the... It doesn't need to be plural to be the... Tamer of Beasts is subjugate in there? That'd be an adjective, right? Whoopsies. Subordinate is... No, just subtleties. Smith is, smite isn't. The arch I was going for the battle arch, but the battle arch. Arches? Arch. Arches? Archie. Bird is in fact the word. Am I a fan of acronyms? It depends. I am sure. Why? Battle Larch. Call it the Battle Door. Battlegate would be pretty good. Ooh. The Battle Summit. We have to use the summit because we are on a mountain. Something summit. Whoops. Battle Peak's pretty good, but DF hack updated? Okay, we'll restart the game after I get in game. Because if I quit out now, I have to do all this again. I wonder. Yeah, I can't search by God. Just a bit of a shame, but I haven't looked into what the god is. I was like, is there a god of thunder? But no, it's just a chronological order. Consists of an hourglass drum and a head. The musician strikes the head. The instrument is nearly 2-octave range. Well, we should just make it a goblet, shouldn't we? A goblet. Burning. Shape a mountain. Raising the goblet. Triumphant. What happened to Skull Ponders? It died before it's done. I don't think I can do lightning. I've tried. I mean, it's not a shape. It's nothing. It's just, I mean, I can do a shining sun. I can do a wave. I can do a thin cross. I can do a tall cross. I can do many types of gems, moons. Do circles, clouds. Blazing sun. There's no lightning. Do objects. Sure. Let's do a bolt. Impaled, maybe? Ooh. The bolt is impaled on the goblet. How's that? The bolt. The worthy thunderbolt. The thunderbolt. Mountains? Summits? Thunderbolt of Summits. I could just call it the Bolt of Thunder. Or I could call it the Thundering Bolt. I don't think you can add two words after the of. I think you're limited to doing that before the of. I could call it the Thunder Peak. Let's try that one on first side. The Thunder Peaks. Thunder of Peaks. Let's do... Speak. Hyphen compound is what I'm looking for. No, I can literally just do speaker. Thunder Speak! Speaker nope. Speak thunder and enter. Thunder of Spikes. I like the Thunder of Mountains. Let's go with that. Thunder of Mountains. The problem is, unless I just want to be War Thunder, the Battle Thunder of Mountains. I like that. Let's go with that. Peak for famous for attracting lightning. It's like the Lightning Lakes here in Manning Park. Well, not here, but close to me. I think that's it. An image of a goblet, a mountain bolt, a mountain and a bolt, not a mountain bolt. And the goblet is burning, the mountain is raising the goblet, the mountain is striking a triumphant pose, and the bolt is impaled by the goblet. I could also be like, if we want to be silly with this, and a goat. A mountain goat? Mountain goat. Screaming. Looks confused. Burning. Yeah, there you go. The goat is burning. So does the military might of Thunder Spear. I mean, the Thunder Spears could be the, we could name all of our squads after Thunder, so we could have the Thunder Spears, the Thunder Bolts, the Thunder... The Thunder Mace, the Thunder Hammer. I'm not going to replace the goblet with a dwarf because we're bringing a goblet with us, and I'm going to put that goblet on a damn pedestal. All right, I'm going to click the Embark button. Right now. And then go use the restroom. Speaking of thunder, I also grabbed 2 boiled eggs. I forgot one dwarf, and what? Did I leave one behind? All right. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek is finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Meng Kazist. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the giant dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Thunderpants. Oh, emotes? Okay, I was gonna say, is there 6 dwarves? What happened? The wagon's dead already. The wagon is dead. Rip the wagon. I was bringing goblet, not goblins. Goblet. LDM. There's a T at the end of that word. Thunderpants. Yes, we named it Thunderpants. It's chat's fault. Not mine. Seeing Garnerite. More Garnerite. Got limestone. Got dolomite. We've got lemonite. It's been a long time since I've generated a world with, like, more materials, so I'm going to be kind of spoiled in this one. Yeah, I'm going to be spoiled in this one. Also got microcline. Yo. There's quartz. Straight to the cavern? Probably not. Straight to the cavern? That's what I was looking for. This stuff up here. Malachite. Which I guess is all, like, up here. I mean, I'm not going to need the caverns for, a minute. Not until we have somewhere to put Forgotten Beasts. So otherwise it would just be wasting them. We got cobalt bulbs. Got muck roots. Got lime trees. Guava. We got lychee. Nice, 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 nice. We got spinach. Sweet. All right. Well, I'm going to quickly save and quit. Just so that I can update DFHack. And I'm going to peel boiled egg while I'm doing that. And seem to have import jute. That's fine. I'm not worried. And your mountain did what to your mother? I don't know what the mountain... What did the mountain do to your mother? That's not a question I can answer. We were trying a fort recently, building off of veins instead of forts. What do you need to do for a female dwarf to be renamed? You need to get really lucky if you're in the YouTube chat. If you're in the Twitch chat, you need to get the redemption when I turn it on, and I haven't turned it on yet. Because otherwise all 7 dwarves would have been named at this point. No, it's not localized. I can tell you for a fact. When one person in chat gets an update, everybody gets it. What region are you in, though? Oops, wrong button. France? Oh, yeah. Well. Hello from Canada. You saw rope reeds by the ponds? I would check out. They usually exist by water. the not the mountainous domain. It's fire orb, head punch, Thunderpants. There it is. But yeah, if you want a female dwarf to be renamed in your own game, you literally click on a dwarf and then click on this. You don't need DF hack or anything. I'm just peeling a boiled egg real quick. Just one moment, please. This is my lunch, sort of. Because I ran out of bread yesterday. So I'm eating boiled eggs. Because I don't feel like eating rice, and that's basically all I have. So. The eggs of boiling. Yes. The boiled of eggs. The water of boiling for the meal of eggs. Hard boiled, correct. All right. I gotta do a thing. I don't think you guys are hearing it, but the construction is really loud still. Holy shit. All right, that's now active. And also, YouTube folks, I haven't said this once. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Statistically, half of you haven't left a like on the stream, so don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And thanks for everybody who's tuning in today. Did that look like a choking hazard how I ate that? I crushed it before I swallowed it. It's fine. All right. I'm sorry you had to use so much natural resources for some basic human creativity. But I hope you find that amusing. Gonna go like the stream. Do it! Just waiting for some ads to end. And I'm also doing this. So Gold Cat Kodiak asked, "What do I need to do for a female dwarf to be renamed? Your cat is Nani and passed away today. Would you like a female cat named Nani? Or do you want a dwarf to be named Nani? Because I just redeemed the thingy for you. Because I could give you a cat. They may or may not live, but I do have some kittens. But if you're still in the YouTube chat, we could do that. And Twitch chat. I'm going to say the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the Twitch chat gets a dwarf. But giving this cat, the person whose cat passed away. That's a pickaxe emoji. Enemy, what would you like? Has an utterly languid pace of easy living and is calm and slow and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She tends to be passive in discussions. Or was I? I just lost my spot somehow. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She has little interest in joking around, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and doesn't seek out excitement. She tends to think before acting, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she rarely is happy or enthusiastic. And she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She's 1 year old and frail and sickly. Small kitty. Small kitty. Little ball of fur. And that's our new kitten. Sounds like a cat, yep. Thanks, Reinhardt. Name the yak the boss. Can I eat the boss? The boss. is very greedy and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He's very quick to anger and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He has a very calm demeanor and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He can sometimes act without deliberation. Boss would be delicious. Boss brand burgers, mate. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this. As he values artwork and its creation, he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He does not easily fall in love, he rarely develops positive feelings, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he has an active imagination.
Crip Sappy strike the earth.
Lamisil, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back, dude. Sappy this emote. Works to square his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess, and has an active imagination. The idea of a bull yak imagining things is funny. He's like, but just like thinking about like anime ladies. He prefers to present himself modestly. Sure. Lots of fur. 6 years old. Gotcha. Big yak. Maybe just like make a statue out of boss if I eat it. I don't know if I will. I might. But now we need to figure out where we're going to start the fort. I know that I suggested down here somewhere. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm also thinking like over here could also be pretty cool. Waterfall meeting hall. It is kind of out of the way. I think like I'm probably going to end up redirecting the water. Another thing that a lot of people have asked me to do, and one of the reasons I was looking for a waterfall, is I want to do like a lot of waterworks in this fort. Because it's been a while, for one thing. There's microcline up here. Actually, hold on. Can I see any aquifers in this? Just, okay. Just the water falling. It's been a while. Yes. How deep is the map in this place? Minus 107. And goes up to plus 120. The dwarves are currently on layer 81. And I'm kind of thinking about starting around layer 50. How could this happen? Is the wagon really dead? How could this happen? Kind of thinking chisel this out. Chisel me wall mounts, and then use this as the way in. Although I kind of don't want this to end up looking like the vampire fort that I did, which just ended up being a really big, wide walkway. Okay, who's our expedition leader? That's something I'd like to know. And what god do they worship? So Kogan is our expedition leader. I've actually had Lady Dwarf expedition leaders. You know, the only reason I wanted to update the effect release so that I could, like, hide the tutorials. Drilled Page, eh? What god do you worship? You're a member of the Saffron Coven. Sedur Uzul is the god he worships. Which is the god of jewels. Which is the emerald of oil, and 5 dwarves worship it. Seems like these dwarves really care about jewels, though. They really do. For the god of gems, much wealth shall be fought for. So I think, like, because I want to build a big arena, the first thing I need to figure out is where I'm going to put it. I think, like, being able to carve it out of the mountainside would be really cool. And this is like kind of perfect for that right here. Mountaintop tower. That would be very difficult purely because of the fact that this is an Untamed Wilds. I think like chiseled into the side of the mountain in a 3D structure would be cool. But the first thing that needs to, basically the first thing I need to do is I want to like basically designate where I'd like it. Which is something I almost never do. So let's just say like basically this. Just so that I know where I want to put this and don't forget. Yes, there's sand everywhere. I need, like, a way of making it into stuff. And, Jay Hawking, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Also, everybody's picking up equipment because, well, I brought hoods for everybody for some reason. So let's let the game run for a few seconds. Strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He is slow to trust others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Remember, Tier 2 subscribers do have the !Dwarf command. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, has an active sense of humor, and he is assertive, and he tends to consider what others think of him, and he has a sense of duty, tends to avoid crowds. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He blows out his breath when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. In terms of mastering a skill, personally values nature. He likes chromite and iron, rhodolite and date palm wood, wombat tooth, cave spider silk, maces, shields, and catapult parts. Ope for their coloration. I don't know what that is. And cobalt bulbs for their shrouded history. Interesting. There are cobalt bulbs here. Big fan of cobalt bulbs. He prefers to consume carrot wine and absolutely hates cave spiders. His medium-length beard is braided. 6 kindred spirits. We travel to the fort. We appear to be allied with the elves. Our king is a dwarf. That's always nice to see. Not a necromancer or something. We're pretty far away from anything that would be at threat with us. The elves nearby are all allied with us. There are goblins, like, right here, who I'm sure are not friendly. That's a big nightmare trash. I like it. Of the musty lie. The musty lie there, matey. We also have more goblins up here. I mean, this is all new to me, so... If we have sand, then you have the high ground. Is that what you're saying? Satisfied at work, eh? I guess the question is... Well, the goblins themselves are friendly. It's the leadership that's not friendly. You know, it's the goblins are generally fine. I mean, they can be kind of cranky and can get into fights, but it's the leaders of the goblins that are the problem. I'm also like looking for somewhere that has interesting wall colors that I could dig into. That's also something that I'm kind of thinking about here. Like these lower layers, 51 and 50, have a lot of microcline over there. I know what I'm doing, chat. I've got an idea for construction. Let's get this channeled out. I also have to be cautious because I don't want to annoy the wildlife too much. You set up your Twitch sub you never use. Well, appreciate it, Tunnel. You dug a little too deep and now your FPS is 2. Did you find hell or did something else happen? It should recover though. It's very rare for FPS to just vanish and never come back. the frame rate went out for cigarettes and some more milk. And we've got giant flies in the map, chat. Giant flies creates the existence of giant cattle for the giant flies to bite. So we've got sandstone, we've got limestone, got mudstone, and just a little ways in, we got microcline. We got all kinds of fun materials. All kinds of fun materials. I realize I'm probably spending way too much initial effort on this, but just let me cook here for a second. I haven't played RimWorld since 2021 and have no plans on playing it in the near future or far future. So, no, unfortunately. I burnt out on it way too hard to ever really feasibly want to go back to it. I mean, there isn't enough Dwarf Fortress creators, so yeah, I would actually say that it is possible for there to be no such thing as too much Dwarf Fortress. Nightmare Trash does kind of sound like a trailer park thing. Trying to get through these gems. And then I'll smooth this back wall, and then we'll start digging in. Salivating over you? Maybe not. I have a hard time imagining a fly salivating. But I would also rather just not imagine giant flies. Although I think I encountered some of those when I was camping last time. What's up, Gordy Castle? It's good to see you. Also got a lot of that. I really hope we do get more than just giant flies. Corrosive fly spit. That seems like something from like a pretty low-budget science fiction movie that's more entertaining than it has any right to be. Like, you know, maybe like a Sharknado type deal. Curse of the Giant Flies. Going down to layer 1 here. That literally the fly movie? Does the fly have corrosive spit? I don't recall that. Like, I've seen the fly, but it's been a long time. I don't recall it having corrosive spit. Lavalantula. Want to drink alcohol. Also a member of the Saffron Coven. There's also just like dead lungfish everywhere because of the cats. Thanks, kitties. I don't know what Lava Lantula is anyway. Kills his rival with corrosive spit. Huh, maybe I should rewatch The Fly. It's been a while. Jeff Goldblum is, in fact, a national treasure, yes. What is my plan for this fort? I want to experiment more with the new Marksworth changes, and I want to build an arena and make Forgotten Beasts fight in it, because now the game has colored beasts because I generated a new world. A lot of movies are like that. Maravedis. Athena over here is raiding the channel with a party of 10. Appreciate you. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? What are you up to? Mods, can I get a shout out if possible? Otherwise, I'll do it in a sec. But Tamil Banter, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Thanks, Elfie. We've dug into the mudstone. I'm very paranoid of the Untamed Wilds because it used to be so much ridiculously stronger. It's a little bit less ridiculous these days, but... Sounds like the Knights of the Zodiac. I mean, hey. Might as well be. So, I think I'm going to go one layer further down. Which would put us on this level. I'm just going to kind of make a corner turn that follows the creek this way. And then we'll build back here. Or a copy pasta? I don't know. So, someone referenced that show and you were deleted. I didn't even know that was a show. Yeah, let's shave this down one more level. So waterfalls, YouTube chat asks, do natural waterfalls have the splash of water going way high up? Falling water creates the mist, if that's what you're asking. So just any water falling creates mist. So yeah, they do absolutely create mist, but they don't splash back up. These ones, because this is a shallow brook, the water just disappears when it hits the ground. Like this is a water unexistence tile, basically. So it's like not flooding. Otherwise it would be flooding everywhere. And I'm thinking about doing like this, basically. And then along here, along here, along here, along there. And this is where we're going to start building. Everybody does. It's pretty high up in the plans, Richie. Although you can also just, like, you know, redirect it as well and use that as natural water storage. Also, Tungdale, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Appreciate you. And because I saw some chatter about this earlier in the YouTube chat, I am a basically a higher tier Twitch partner on Twitch. So I get 70% of subscription revenue through Twitch. YouTube technically also gives me 70% of the revenue. However, YouTube doesn't tell you what the conversion fee is, and YouTube also doesn't tell you like basically all the fine print. So the end result is I usually get quite a bit less. It's closer to about 64, but it's one of the reasons why the YouTube stuff is cheaper than on Twitch. I kind of did that intentionally. So you watch where you prefer. I'll be streaming on both until they don't let me anymore. Eternal Wild and the map has changed? I mean, we did embark on like a dozen different maps or something. I think that's probably the beginning of it. Let's just get rid of some of this. Make it a little thinner. Although, why are you too deep? And Kirby! Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. Or Krabby, not Kirby. I misread that. Well, thank you, Tonguedale. YouTube chat says, honestly, I've been watching your streams since pretty much since the Steam release, and the tutorials have been a great help in other games like Dwarf Fortress. No, that's true. It's one of the reasons I've stuck around so long. Trying to make like... Here, actually, I'm going to turn this on. I'm trying to make a... Basically like the base for something that I could use. Because like this is what? 5, and then this could be 5, and then this could be 3. Because I'm trying to, like, make a base for something that I could, like, begin working into this, I guess. So I'm trying to be a little bit sneaky about this. Because, like, the idea of this being a fortress with a large arena in it, right? I need, like, a baseline place to start here. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to prioritize this up to 3 for this end area. Because that's probably where my initial storage is going to be. And then for 2, let's just go along the corner here. All right. Take them some time to do it. Although I do want to do priority number 1 across there, so I can just put a bridge there. Now let's follow the dwarves, see what they go do. And I appreciate that, Tungdil. This is true. Smoothing walls makes walls more slippery. However, smooth walls are the equivalent of block walls. So smoothed stone walls, I guess with a D, are the equivalent of block walls, whereas smooth like rough walls like this are the equivalent of bricks. So Microcline's a nice looking material. I love the Dwarf Fortress lore about how the player base hated it for a really long time, but yeah. It was the most hated material in the game forever. I'm gonna go here, and I'm just gonna start making blocks and mechanisms. Because I need a bridge here, basically, that we can seal off. And the dwarves are slowly digging in. Ever so slowly. I'm not using any mods currently, no. Game is currently vanilla. Blocks, but just make microcline, please. Mechanism. Let's use the mudstone for this. See what the world's sent out. Just flies. In the early versions of the game only had 16 colors, and you couldn't change them. And microcline was a color that was extremely bright, which isn't that big of a deal on like a modern like LED monitor. But if you were to look at it on a like a tube monitor, like an older style monitor, it was so bright it was like almost impossible to look at. And so for a lot of people using older computers, it was hell. And yeah, it was also the identical color to adamantine, but like somehow brighter. It was like a whiter adamantine, if not the same color, depending on your monitor. So that's why people hated it, because it was fool's adamantine, and because it was so bright it would scald your eyes. Yeah, and so there was several attempts to make it less uncomfortably bright. I never really used any of those tools, but what happens to a fort after you retire and play another fort in the same world? Does it remain stable or rather quickly fall apart? Are you in an ad, Reinhardt? We're in an ad, so I need to wait anyway. If it wasn't so similar to adamantine and easier to look at, I think it'd be pretty cool for a building material. I mean, they fixed it. Like when they added 32 colors, or moved from 16 to 32 colors, the adamantine and microcline became a different color. But it wasn't until like premium came out that people started to like stop making fun of it immediately when they saw it. I like microcline though. I don't know. I kind of missed that part of the community largely because I didn't play far enough back where it was still like an ongoing issue, and I always thought it looked nice. I don't know. It was just a nice change in between all of the various like browns and grays and stuff that you get Wellest Underground in a game like this. Yes, I do have vision issues. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. So in regards to retiring fortresses, It depends on where you left it, and how you left it. If it's a functioning faction and you left it somewhere where it's not actively being attacked, it'll probably be okay. And things will largely be the same. Population will shift. New dwarves will be there. A lot of old dwarves will leave and items will move around. And some new things will appear like artifacts and whatnot. And some guests will appear. And tasks will change. The layout of the fortress stays identical. And that's by design. And the main thing that will change is just who is there. However, if it's in a really active war zone or was under threat or pretty close to being destroyed when you left, then it is very likely that it'll get taken over by goblins. And if that happens, then you have to retake it over with a different faction before you can reclaim it. Then things will be completely different. All the original population will be gone, everybody will be dead, and it'll be a whole new population. But yeah, no, the username is real. It's not just a joke, like some people seem to think it is. And then this is going to get microcline blocks right there and be my drawbridge. And actually, I'm just going to click repeat on make mudstone mechanisms because I'm going to need to start putting cages around to catch, I guess, giant flies. I tried to make a Let's Play of one once too, Jeff Wool. I've done that a couple of times, yeah. I think Brave Book is maybe the clearest example of what one can look like. Head Punch was one that I did. That was a reclaimed fortress. Chat, what are names of reclaimed fortresses I've built in the past? Help remind me. My brain is pudding today. Those are probably the first ones that come to mind immediately. Fly traps, basically, yeah. It's too late now that I'm in the world in regards to that, isn't it? Because, like, parameters of things in existence in the world can't be changed once you've embarked, as far as I know. This fort's all like, I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-die. Okay, let's go over here. I need beds, and I need to have bedrooms, and I'm trying to figure out where I should put them. I could probably import some bauxite. If it's just like an accent color. Wouldn't that be closer to, like, shells, though, Tongue? Tongue Bill in YouTube chat says, I wonder if chitin will be made a usable leather by default. Morrowind comes to mind with making bug armor. Wouldn't that be closer to, like, shell stuff? Because you can make shell stuff. Where did we embark? This is a mountain. That's really steep. On a light aquifer with some variety of metal in this neat little valley called the Everlasting Horn. We are Thunderpants, and our site government is the Battle Summit. And we are here to make an arena for beasts. At the red corner is a dusk beast. On the blue corner is a web beast. A web beast? That's just a web crawler? I mean, that's what the game's claiming, that giant dingoes could spawn here. I kind of want to just have like a row of bedrooms along here. I also want to just state the name something redemption is available if anybody wants to claim it. Not in a way that they would enjoy. Happy camper. This is going to be a problem with this fort that I'm going to have to explain a trillion times. If I want to have any hope of these dwarves not being scarred for life, I need to try and keep them from seeing the fighting if possible. If and when possible. That will only piss off everybody. You hit T and then you can pause everything, but you still have to click them one at a time. YouTube chat. What do you want? Just tell me which one you'd like. Marib. Saigon. Saigons be bygons. You're a competent wound dresser, adept miner. You're in love with Methos, the other miner. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She is the first person in the YouTube chat to put 3 tree emoji gets to name something, a dwarf or whatever. She's not driven. She rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and she is sloppy with her living space. And she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She can handle stress, and she isn't given to she isn't given to flights of fancy. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she is the company of other. What, like second win in a row, Emperor? Congrats. I did see trees. Happy camper. What would you like? She can handle stress, and she isn't given to flights. She can handle stress, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she enjoys the company of others. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at shit weather. She dreams of mastering a craft work someday, and she personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life. Disregards tradition and respects development of a skill. She likes Realgar and bronze and fire agate, as well as paradise not wood, and jabberer leather. Giant red squirrel bone, not panda. I presumed it said panda. And the color pale taupe, as well as spears, querns, and green tree frogs for their distant mating call. Aw. And the sight of the amber of inking, and when possible prefers to consume raspberry wine and hates jumping spiders. Okay, so you can't just say Rat King. What thing would you like to name, and what would you like to name it? Would you like a male dwarf, lady dwarf? Would you like an animal? Would you like something else? There are no rats around here. So you're going to have to give me something to work with here. I feel like giant red panda would be the size of a normal panda. Probably. It's like the difference between a raccoon and a bear. Thinking 3x3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make 7, even though I'm only going to need 6 probably. Can you name the flies I catch? All right, I will give you the drawbridge. Because I'm not going to wait for 6 hours to name the thing that you want, because you can't decide quickly. It was a pretty clear offer. We haven't caught any flies. I haven't even made a trap yet. I can't help you, mate. So you get a drawbridge. If you would like to give the drawbridge a particular name, let me know. You know, it's funny. I used to charge a lot more channel points and stuff for naming dwarves. I used to make it a lot harder. And then I would get bothered when people would just, joke around. And now I just don't charge much for it, make it kind of easy, and just give you whatever if you take more than 10 seconds to decide. So it's nothing personal. It's just it's for the sake of keeping the show moving. Is there a way to construct a floor without deconstructing things? You know, you used to be able to not construct things on a floor without deconstructing the floor. No, you have to remove the furniture before you build the floor. Just like in real life. Even though it can be annoying. Let's go here and move wood in. Get that hauling going. Just land a pillar on top of the offending bed and mine it out. Yeah, cave in the ceiling. That'll do it. I like the words offending bed, as if the bed is offensive. Also going to go to the nobles screen and I'm going to show you guys a life hack. If you assign somebody as a manager before you have 20 dwarves, they don't need an office assigned. So the job will just get assigned immediately. Just in case you didn't know that. It's kind of a useful little tidbit, I suppose. Which I only learned like last year, so. Yeah, I always think of red pandas as like furry bait raccoons. Although, to me, like, red pandas strike me more as like a lemur, but I know they're not. I like how they have just one goblet and they're all communally using the goblet. No, it only needs one at 20. You don't need an office until your fortress hits a population of 20. So not for the fort's duration. Only until your fort hits 20 population. When your fort hits 20 population, you need an office for your manager. Just flat. I'm also going to make an animal training zone. What do you think, chat? Hunting dogs or war dogs? They'll probably just go die if I make them hunting dog or war dogs, rather. We'll do 2 war dogs and geld 2 of them as well. Making those beds. Hunter puppers. Best kind of puppers. I think we'll do war dogs for the gelded ones. And grab 2 lady dogs that'll be hunting. We're not savages? No, this is purely for fortress defense. The cats, on the other hand... I do need trash disposal. Because these cats are gonna be leaving dead lungfish everywhere. Disaster on the horizon? I mean, I could geld them. I was gonna let them, like, grow up to be adult cats first. They're all kittens. And a dog has already been missing for a week, by the way. And I think I'm missing a cat, too. Seeing a bunch of flies that were afraid while in conflict? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah. The stray dog bites the giant fly in the second foot. Making progress. Well, neither of them killed it. Which one of you killed my dog? I don't know. Dog vanished. Flies carried doggy away? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure we'll find it. Probably. Happy Camper, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. It means a lot, dude. If there's something specific you'd like to call that bridge, do let me know. And yes, we can name flies if and when we catch some. Speaking of, we should probably start distributing those a little bit. I did bring 10 cages, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then maybe just like up here. 6. 7? Cage traps. Yeah, I presumed you came from YouTube. Thanks for having usernames that are like decipherable between the two places. There's sometimes where people will be like, I'm Fightmaster 500 on Twitch, and then on YouTube I am Silvius Maximus, the demonic slayer. It's like, what? Also, Devil Don, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. Let's do another thing. I'm going to plop down a meeting zone over here. And I'm thinking about starting off with a doctor's guild. Chat, I'm kind of between two guilds, for starters. Engravers or doctors. Shadow is very well absorbed, yes. Docs. I'm seeing a lot of docs. All right, we're doing the Doctor's Guild first. And I'll just set this to citizens only, so anybody can go to that. And I also need to just make a food and drink stockpile right here. Food. Just put everything in there for right now. What's up, Doc? Indeed. You're making mechanisms. You're going to pause for a second, and you're going to make a pedestal. That's like me saying that I'm going to make all of my, like, fisher dwarves into doctors because, like, cleaning a fish is, like, the equivalent of doing surgery. So, like, surgery is just complex skin engraving. This is also true, Tungdil. It is hard to train up doctoring without massive casualties. Gotta prepare for the arena. This is true. We are the adjudicators of the arena. And these dwarves are all bringing these heavy cage traps over. It's so nice to have a game that saves in, like, Hallelujah. They call arborists tree surgeons? What? Really? That's news to me. Have I ever intentionally trained my dwarves just to train doctoring? No, but I have put beehives everywhere to train doctoring, or train diagnosing specifically. I don't think I've ever really intentionally injured my dwarves. I started playing this game in an era where danger rooms had already been made obsolete. And yeah, no, not really. I have intentionally injured my dwarves to make their fat get out of their body, though. Like, I have intentionally set dwarves on fire. But they don't usually go to the hospital after that. They just kind of go, well, I've got like 40% less blood. And I feel light. What, like people who work on trees? Not gonna lie, I don't really understand the joke you're trying to make here, Lorna. I kind of miss how easy it was to do military stuff. Here's the thing that you don't understand, though. Here's the thing that you don't understand is what you miss is you miss the cheese. Actually doing military stuff was like almost impossible because if they like training wasn't non-lethal. So if they used non-training weapons for training, like they would take damage. Like it was super dangerous. What are you upset about? Panic after being attacked. Ah. I'm not even sure what you got attacked by. You got attacked by a war dog? Okay, hold on. What? I've never seen this before. Yeah, our war dog. Oh, she gelded it. That would do it. That makes sense. She gelded it. She cut its nuts off, and it was like, I'm angry. But it seems to still be chasing her, which is like slightly concerning. I don't know. I think also we have enough mechanisms. So let's work on digging. Okay, so the other thing I gotta do is I kind of need a little room. Set this to number 1 for a second. And this is gonna be where I'm gonna stick a bunch of levers. Where are your balls? What is in like the, that's what the dog's saying. It's like, where are my balls? Where'd you put those? I request immediate compensation for my lack of balls. It's more like, how tall is this? Yeah, okay. So the way to do this is to extend that one by 2. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through this because I'm brave. Or stupid. Depends on how you feel. Let's also dig through this. Because I want them to be running past this and constantly getting showered in lovely, lovely water. Look at that. Beautiful. Gorgeous, even. And also, I realize this side ain't going to work here, so let's just forbid that. Let's unforbid this. Oh, no, shit. I do want to forbid this. Let's go here and see what everybody's doing. Everybody's putting stuff in stockpiles. That's fine. I'm going to pause the microcline blocks because we've got plenty for right now. Put everything away first because they're bringing drinks over. Yes, Hulk Hogan did in fact die. It's weird how it happens in waves, hey? It's like... Having played City Skylines, it's like Death Waves is kind of just a meme, but like... I don't know. It's like, it's actually a little, like, uncanny kind of when it happens in real life. Just like a bunch of celebrities or people all pass away around the same time. Freeways. Naming what? Different time zones waking up, I guess. The kid from Crosby Show dies as well. And I've never actually watched that show. Happiest Minor? One half of the lover couple incoming. Congratulations, you're now Moreb's lover. Freeways, Boselves, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. Well, you better not get dumped then. He is somewhat scatterbrained and he takes off at help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He takes up and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. And he doesn't handle stress well. He does not often feel lustful. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors, but only was mildly bad weather. He personally greatly respects a shrewd and guileful and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes native gold, pig iron, dendric agate, as well as custard apple, wood, and their color and amber and monarch butterfly men for their coloration. The words of the black-headed gibbon, or sorry, he likes the he prefers to consume black-headed gibbon and cave fish and quinoa beer and almonds, and the background's moving and it's fucking with me, and absolutely hates moon snails. You worship Lemuel, and you're a member of the Diamond Cult. Lemuel and the Diamond Cult. Lemuel is the god of earth and volcanoes. Obviously, that's what the Diamond Cult is, and you're the only member of it, so not a very popular god, but 'tis yours. Oh, I was gonna... You can turn walls into fortifications after the fact, so that's what I'm doing here. If you're wondering. So, yes, you can. And I'm planning on doing that after the fact. Dwarf decided to take a nap instead of finishing that construction. Classic. Man, how silly do I be with colors? I don't want to be that silly. Yeah, I don't want to be that silly. Lock door. Let's queue up sandstone doors. And just go dig out some sandstone. For some doors, obviously. The jealous man that only allows him, her to follow that god. Fair, sure. How dumb are you to have your Fisher Dwarf ride the minecarts to the rest of your fort? You're not dumb at all, GZ. That just means that you, like most other respected dwarves, don't value your miners' lives. Or your Fisher Dwarves' lives. Because, any self-respecting dwarven fortress doesn't value their Fisher Dwarves' lives at all. So, no, that makes perfect sense. I support this. Every Sunday? Urban Nomad? And I thought I had it bad having to watch a lot of anime. Actually, just going to mine this out because I kind of would prefer the way it looks. Showed your friends Fellowship of the Ring and she loved it and you ended up reading the books together. Me and my older sister read those books together when we were younger. It was a good time. Good memories. Constructing buildings. Let's just throw a lever in here, which is the purpose of this room, and this is going to be connected to this. So that I have a defendable space. That can be unforbidden, so can that. So can this. Favorite books ever written? I don't know what my favorite book is. I'd have to think about that. Fair enough, Disco. My lady, you quit the idea? Minecarts are neat if utilized well. It's just pretty hard to utilize them well. It's very easy to make minecarts completely redundant. This is 2 days in a row. The really, really, really old rotoscoped Lord of the Rings movies have come up in this chat, and I want to know what's happening. Is there some sort of, paid conspiracy agenda to, indoctrinate everybody into the inferior Lord of the Rings movies? Is that what's happening? But he's a walking spoiler. It's so hard to tear up when Boromir dies. All right, so we've got one new dwarf. I kind of want to give them a nickname indicator of starting 7. Because I've got 7 dwarves. So I'm just going to throw Founder as nicknames under all the ones that don't have nicknames yet, just so that I know who they are. Then these two are obviously founders as well. Well, just because Folding Ideas was mentioned, y'all know that he's a Dwarf Fortress guy, right? Folding Ideas is a noted Dwarf Fortress enjoyer. Grab your hood and welcome to the fort. So is this a migrant of 1? Because it looks like it. Wow. That's pretty intense. Yeah, we just got 1 migrant. Doesn't particularly care about romance. Decent wheels. I just don't understand all these flames of passion people go on about. Maybe she's just really boring, so nobody wanted to wander with her into town. Ford hasn't produced much migrant yet. Yeah, but like the value for migrants is calculated based on your exports. The first three, oh no, there's the rest of them. The first three migrant waves are hard-coded and guaranteed. Or sorry, first two migrant waves are hard-coded and guaranteed, irrelevant to how much value you have created in your fortress. And the value of that is calculated into how many migrants you get is based on the value that you export, not the value that you're currently holding. The value that you're currently holding is what attracts sieges and monsters. YouTube chat said that I haven't exported much value, so that's not many migrants, but that makes more sense now that we got more. Bitter after getting... Where is Stackwood? Whoa. Guy's got a huge family. 18 years old? What a young dwarf. Do you know a Stackwood? You do? Your uncle Stackwood. And your niece Stackwood. And your... Okay. You also worship Sudar Yuzul? For an in-game year? Maybe that's not the worst thing. Does Armok Vision work? You mean Stone Sense? Because Armok Vision is not a DF hack thing. Armok Vision is like a full-blown separate piece of software. Yeah, no, I mean, I was going to say, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think I screwed these up and put the wrong floor type in. God damn it. I did. It was a name redemption? Shit. Name one of the doctors Dr. Fortress. Dewsum, a.k.a. Dr. Fortress. She finds something humorous in everything, mostly her nickname. And no matter how serious or inappropriate, she should be the chief medical doc. No matter how serious or inappropriate, and she forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She's extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She's assertive, and she is trusting. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she does not often feel lustful. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she's quick to anger. She cracks her knuckles when she's bored, and when she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly. Her voice trails off whenever she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. In your last fort, you were doing a volcano and you were holding 14 dwarves. Wait, what? can't scroll up. For almost a year until I wanted to tap into lava, but I did it poorly and flooded on all 14 dwarves with spicy water. Lovely. You just wanted a bigger farm. I like using pumps to flood stuff with in general because it gives you the on-off button. She doesn't often feel lustful, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And she's quick to anger. Right. Read that already. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally sees the introspection as important and values nature and doesn't really see the point of working hard. You guys want to hear about my setting dwarf on fire fuck up? She likes bituminous coal and gold and lace agate, as well as mango wood, giant tortoise shell, leggings, and green devourers for their bizarre appearance. And the sound of the amber lilacs, when possible, prefers to consume lungfish. Well, they're everywhere, so chow down. And when possible, prefers to consume lungfish and wild carrot plants and radish wine and turnip and parsnip seeds. And absolutely hates cave spiders. She has a bunch of kindred spirits, and she's a member of the Violet denomination, worshipping Sadur Uzul again. Which, once again, since I'm still getting to know this world, the god of jewels, which is the Emerald of Oil. That very popular god. So I had a fort ages ago. This was back in version, like, pre-47. I think it was 44, even. It was a volcano fort, and it was one of my first times, like, successfully building a big volcano flooding thing by, like, having lava go into this thing that we called the magma toilet. It was this big circular structure that had, like, a walkway around the top, and, like, I would dump lava onto the walkways, fill them up, and then flush the lava down into, like, a drain at the bottom, and it looked super cool. And I really was very proud of it. And a couple forgot intelligent undead managed to get into the fort because they run so fast, and I didn't see them coming, and they just kind of wandered in off the edge of the map. Because it was an evil biome, and or just undead, not necessarily intelligent. I can't remember what they were actually, and I don't think intelligent undead were in the game yet. Anyway, some zombies got into the fort and killed everybody. And while they were killing everybody, I was like, well, my dwarves aren't going to survive this, so I'm just going to chisel into the wall and let lava flood the whole fort. But that map had some cool metal on it. It had platinum and gold and a few other things, and they'd made a really valuable battle axe. And I made a new fortress with a different faction. I was like, I'm going to invade my old fortress and get my battle axe. And also some books and some other things that I'd collected. And little did I know that the game, if an item was on fire when you abandoned or lost a fortress, the game doesn't think that, because items are persistent, right? Including their coatings. But the game considers an item to still be on fire. Anyway, if you set certain types of artifacts on fire, they stay on fire forever, specifically books. And so I sent those dwarves to go raid that place and try and get that battle axe. But instead, they just brought a bunch of books back, and my entire army spontaneously combusted upon re-entering the map. That was my accidentally set all my dwarves on fire problem. I mean, yes, I did intentionally burn some of them, but that was a means to an end. That was vengeance against the zombies. This was me going, I want to get that thing that I made back. Very funny in hindsight. I think that might be the first fort I ever just straight up rage quit on stream. Like, I was just like, nope, I'm done. And I never even put the VOD up. I was so mad. I think it's unlisted on my channel somewhere, but like, legitimately, I was pissed. I was so angry. All right, so the front gate is now hooked up to Happy Camper up here, which is much better than Crappy Hamper. So what's a lava toilet? Oh, it's just a giant, like, basin-shaped space where we would let the lava drain to. It wasn't a literal toilet. I don't think shorts existed then. And also, if they did, it was definitely the era where if you uploaded a short, you'd lose 100 subscribers because I went into the normal subscriber feed and filled up the channel as like in the same way that videos do. Like there was a good chunk of time there where if you had the gall to upload a short, you'd like bork your channel. Which is kind of funny because like I also remember a few people from that same era who uploaded shorts and got shit tons of views from it, but I wasn't one of those people. I like didn't start uploading shorts until 2022. You forgot about that? Oh, trust me. Those people still surface sometimes, although I think most of them use plugins to just not see the shorts, which is much less violently infuriating. And honestly, I don't blame them. It's kind of an annoying format. Yeah, like you, Maravedis. I don't hate shorts. I definitely used to. I've learned to not hate them. Let's actually get rid of this corner of the wall. You can feel them make you dumber? I think for me, I don't watch shorts in the scroll unless I'm stoned, and I try really hard not to do that. Because yes, I agree. I think like there are some channels that I subscribe to that mostly make shorts, and when I see them in my subscriber feed or when I see them specifically pop up, I do click on those. Because like one of them is just like, I'm gonna tell a 30-second story, a pun, and then also you get a nice cooking recipe that's seasonal out of it. And then I click on the recipe and save it from their paste bin. Stuff like that. Like there are some shorts creators that I like, or people that are just like explaining actual interesting things, or like there's some science channels that make some pretty good stuff that actually are educational. So I don't know. It just kind of depends. Your mileage definitely varies though. It's like the rest of the internet. Your mileage may vary. Is the way they're formatted? No, I agree with that. I very much agree with that. I wish there was an option on PC especially to just like look at shorts in the normal video player. But I don't know. I had a lot less subscribers back then, so it was very clear, especially pre-2020 when I lost a YouTube sub, because when you only have like 300, 400, it's much clearer. Why flooring in bedrooms? Because of smoothing? Because flooring is more valuable than smoothing, and engraved flooring is more valuable than engraved smoothing. Gives you a higher value baseline, and I think gray floors are fugly. It is way more time consuming though. Like way more time consuming. The F in fugly stands for floor. Yes. Discussing her problems with an acquaintance. Is anybody teaching? They're all socializing. This is all the Doctor's Guild. You're quite upset after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Deconstruct this, deconstruct this. Deconstruct this, deconstruct this. Then go back to here. How much food do we have? Okay, we're okay for a wee bit. 1, 2, 3. And I'm just going to say rock block. set that to 0. Because it'll just queue them all up making rock blocks. We're going to do that until we hit 10 drink. Just clear them blocks. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Go. Oh no, we can brew. We can absolutely brew booze. I just want to get a bunch of these boulders out of here and have like a baseline of boulders. Or baseline of blocks, I guess. That's all I want. Oh, you're playing as Skavens, gotcha. Like, wait, are you playing as Ratmen, or are you playing actually as, like, Skavens? I'm going by founders and then least happy. Dr. Fortress. Sodell. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bedrooms. Apparently their accuracy is ass. Well, they're Skavens, so that checks out. Like, that makes sense. When making bedrooms, you always only floor the places where you put the bed, chest, and cabinet. I often do that too. Yeah. I often do that too. I'm trying to decide where I want to put the like meeting, like a dining. I think I should put a dining zone like maybe one layer up in here or one layer down in here. Maybe put like a tavern underneath here. So that they're walking across here, but like hanging out down in here. So I can double up the space of this. We've also got a bunch of mudstone now. This is getting constructed. Let's get freeways in doing something too, because currently, well, actually, no, freeways, I could turn this off and actually just get him doing this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so freeways can go work on this side. And the other dwarves can work around. I'll work on blocks while freeways digs. Skaven can't wear shoes, but they're still... I mean, not being able to wear shoes would be terrible in Dwarf Fortress because you'd sustain foot injuries and then be unable to walk. Like, I feel like that would be actively horrible. Okay, well, the next thing I need to do is I need to go outside here real quick. And I'm going to set this off of 1, but... do a little bit of harvesting. Just get this filled up a bit. Feet pads are kind of shoes. I mean, if they're as effective or less effective than leather armor, that just means missing foot in Dwarf Fortress terminology, but... Those are lungfish. They walk on land and then dry out. No, cats kill them. If I didn't have any cats on the map, there wouldn't be any dead lungfish here. Let's see what animals are on the map currently. It's just the 2 giant flies. Are these both injured giant flies? Yeah, these are both injured giant flies. So they're moving slowly. That's funny. This has cleared out most of the boulders that I want cleared out from here. So I'm going to go into here and I'm going to delete this job. If you set a job for 0, by the way, it sets it to infinite. So I've turned that job off. And so everybody's going to finish the currently assigned boulder brick making job, and then everybody's going to get back to work. It's like this dwarf right here, making rock blocks. Slowly they're going to branch out into probably constructing first, and then run outside and start harvesting stuff. This is probably a fortress where a fishery would be useful, yeah. Certainly worth looking into. Although, what are we going to go grab? What are you grabbing? Bloodthorn logs. Ah, yes. So you're attending a meeting with the expedition leader. I'm going to make this the expedition leader's office for right now. I'll probably give them a chair and a table soonish. Hey chat, some ads are about to run. I'm gonna go put these eggshells that are next to me, that I ate for lunch, into the compost. I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. We also need a trading depot. BRB momentarily. Ah. Allows dwarves to teach brain and doctoring. What was the questioning about guilds, I presume? Could someone give me a rundown of what the Doctor's Guild does compared to the Giving a Hospital? One is a school, the other's a hospital. A guild basically is like, it's a place where everybody who has skills in that thing can teach other dwarves the skill in that thing. So it gives more skill variety, such as teaching and student and all that. It allows dwarves to satisfy the need of learning stuff without actually having to make something usually. And it's a way of like organically spreading skills throughout your fort without having to like like have access to the tool to provide that task. So like if you have a bunch of dwarves who want to master a skill, it's a very useful thing. Can you have a dwarf named Mina? Which one would you like to name Mina? Not a thing you can do. Transplanter Sage, no. I don't currently have any doctors available. The only other one with doctoring skills is Mincott, who has a big beard. The other doctor is already Dr. Fortress. We got a jeweler who's available, although they will all slowly learn some doctoring skills. Anyone is fine there. Would you like a beard or no beard? Boy dwarf or lady dwarf? Mina sounds like a lady name, so I'm leaning Mina. Oops. Let's go. Could go with Sodell or the jeweler, probably. Do you want a woodcutter armorer or do you want a jeweler? It is in some bots, but mine doesn't have that functionality. I could give it that functionality, but I'd have to get a plugin for it. Jeweler? Okay. She's not the happiest at the moment, but... Mina! Place appears. Or no, Palace appears, not place appears. She is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. Huh. She has a strong sense of self-preservation, is what that means. She can be very single-minded, and she feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. Also, I'm sorry, by the way. She is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She dislikes the natural world, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she has a greedy streak. She occasionally overindulges, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She personally values tradition, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes pyrolusite as well as copper and white chalcedony, jute fabric, and prefers to consume sailfin molly and hard wheat beer and citrons, and absolutely hates leeches. Me too. Not gonna lie, the leeches thing is very, very, very relatable. Who's getting a visit to the legendary Gelder? Got a pet duckling. That part's pretty relatable. Maybe I could give you a duckling pen in your bedroom. Possibly. Absolute dwarf indeed. Absolute dwarf indeed. I'm currently like plotting out in my head how I could get like water flowing from underneath. You know, it's funny. Like I did see what Referees said, but since you guys are responding to it, I'll comment and just say, you know, you could say boring, derogatory, or you could say chill, positive. Just because someone's deciding to be a wet blanket doesn't mean we need to encourage it, I suppose. Besides, if anybody knows that I'm boring, it's me. And trust me, I do. I live with me. Let's make some beds. So I have to make another one of these. Van Ori, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Well, I mean, everybody has different taste in broadcasts, right? Taste is subjective. For me, when I say chill, I mean like quiet, not loud. And if someone's definition of entertaining is loud, obnoxious, and chaotic, then yeah, that's absolutely not me. And that's usually what people mean when they call me boring. Is that I don't have like 50 notifications all the time. I'm not screaming at people. I don't like incite constant spam in my chat, aside from beers. Yeah, I go against the grain in some ways. So that's not really what I mean when I say chill. It's like, I'm not the standard issue appealing streamer.exe. If that makes any sense. I mean, I kind of do that in my YouTube thumbnails, so, or YouTube titles rather. Sorry. But seriously, Manori, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Appreciate you greatly. Meanwhile, Cricket in the YouTube chat. I'm not really into watching streams in general. This is the only one I can stand, and you really enjoy the pacing and the vibes. Exactly. It's low-key. It's fine. But, like, I don't know. When you do this stuff long enough, like I have, you kind of get used to... You know, we were talking about this earlier. At this point, according to a lot of the streamer masses, Dwarf Fortress is a dead game that's insufferably slow and boring. You kind of get used to it after a while. It's like, oh, okay, so it's just not for you. It's kind of how that reads to me now. It's just like when people talk about hating me for one reason or another. My brain just translates that to, oh, so it's just not for you. Okay, that's fine. Well, okay, whatever. Let's get some drinks made. Let's catch back up to what we were working on. And I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go rock cabinet, and rock coffer. Because we're gonna dig out some more of that probably. DFCC. Dwarf Fortress Captions Community. Thank you. I don't know what DFCC stands for, but thank you very much for that 5-pack of gift subs. That's very kind of you, mate. It's a quality pun with the boring into the mountain. Maybe I'm just so boring that I've bored a hole into their brain and they can never forget. This is going to be a very happy fortress with that waterfall there. That much is for sure. Okay, so... how many across is this? This is 9. Do the classic little square thing, because that'll center it. And this down here is where we're going to start building storage, I think. Although, actually, let's just channel that out, because this is not going to be a... how do I put this? Not going to be a pillar in the middle. Well, I'm glad that there's an appeal. Res Witten. Also, I'll throw this out there just as, like, an admittance of how I feel, and it's also one of these things where if I say this frequently, people can use it as ammunition against me in a bad way. So just be aware, I guess. But something that I do feel hurt by when people say it is when people bring back the one time I was mean to somebody at one point 5 years ago. Because, you know, things change and people grow up. People change. And I used to be a very brash, mean person. Well, I sleep a lot more these days. So for that, like in that way alone, it's much less of me. But it's just, the only thing that really gets to me as a person who's done this for a really long time these days is when people bring back mistakes that you made 5 years ago or more, and use it as an excuse or a reason to try and make you look bad in front of people, and that just kind of sucks. Because it doesn't matter what you said or what you did or who you said it to, 5 years later it will come back to haunt you. Even if you remedied it at the time. You could also make a graded well in this fort pretty easily near the brook. I was thinking about just pumping some water somewhere for it, but... You didn't know me 5 years ago? Yep, the VOD still exists, though. Oh, trust me. Like, there's people who are no longer alive now because of that. Like, there's kind of people who were really toxic in their younger years or shitty people when they were teenagers or early 20s, myself included. I don't get it that bad because I wasn't that big, but like, I think Wreckful comes to mind, where it's like people who had a certain type of audience and attracted a certain type of audience and cultivated a certain type of audience that never lets you forget things. It weighs on you. I think it weighs on me, and it happens to me maybe once every other month. Like, it's pretty minor that it happens to me, but it always hurts. Which is why whenever somebody becomes the main character of the internet as somebody to hate, I just go, I really, really hope that they have a good therapist. like, geez, you need it, man. Because if you don't have a good therapist, you're just kind of fucked. Referees, thank you very much for the 2-pack. Appreciate you. Thank you, Disco. I appreciate that. What's the premise for this one? I'm going to try and build a big arena and then catch beasts for it. So the first priority number 1 is build fortress and then build a big arena. And then go down to the caverns and then wait for agitate them and then wait for forgotten beasts. We're also on an Untamed Wilds map, so maybe try and catch and tame giant creatures as well. I mean, a lot of the perceived meanness, trying to think of the right word to use here, of streamers can often just be explained by stubbornness. Like, I think a lot of people's default mechanism, like actually Pirate Software is a pretty good example of this. I disagree with a lot of his takes, but like his response to somebody saying that you're wrong is to double down because he, like, admitting guilt hurts more than like continuing to make it worse. And that's a pretty common like character trait for people. A lot of people do that. And it just, for me, it always just comes back to like, I really hope, I really hope that they have a good therapist or a good support network at home, because like, if you don't have that, like, yeah, it's easy to laugh at him, but like, go look at his comment sections, dude. Like, I know all he needs to, it's funny because of how little he would actually have to do to fix it. But at the same time, I hope he has a good therapist, because like, he's gonna need it in 5 years. When he's still getting screamed at over the same thing in 5 years. Like, it's happened to many people and they've managed to get through it, but I just... Avoid that trait by never being wrong. Uh-huh. Bingo. Did you know you worked at Blizzard? Uh-huh. Yeah, I did. You know, did you know he worked at Blizzard is almost up there with, and his mother is very proud. His mother is very proud. Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. See, that shit's funny. But, like, for every person who's just, like, going around memeing in, like, kind of a ribbing way, there's also people being, like, brutally mean. Like, it's fun to dogpile the main character of the internet, but at the same time, it stresses me out a little bit. Especially when it's, like, life-altering. He'll be fine? Oh, no, he'll be fine financially. But you could have millions of dollars and be mentally destroyed. Like, this has got nothing to do with money. If I was talking about money, I'd be talking about money. Just here to get permabanned, and of course they were banned instantly by the mods. They probably just have, like, a bot that bans them. That's a pretty easy script to write. No money, momentum problems? Yes and no. So the Grim Reaper in YouTube chat. I don't really want to make this into a drama stream. I don't like it. Okay, but I will comment on what you said. He said, it's all bad ammo. I actually really liked a lot of the shorts he put out. He was a pretty good person for inspiring people to be creative. It's got more than just the WoW raid. The WoW raid was like... sort of like how the internet started to turn on Elon Musk when he tried playing video games publicly. It's like, it was the first thing that people started going, hey, wait, what's going on with this guy? His downfall is him talking shit and misrepresenting a, like, consumer rights movement. Loudly. And then openly wishing for its failure. And then doubling down and tripling down. For a fucking consumer rights movement. Like, that's the thing that's gotten him flattened. And he could have fixed it all. All he had to do was apologize and say, I just don't agree with it. And acknowledge that he was at wrong. And it would have gone away. That's all. It's not even stay in your lane. Like, you're allowed to have an opinion. And people are allowed to have shitty opinions. It's just like, you know, people are allowed to do whatever they want with their lives. It's just know that you've said something unpopular and a lot of people are upset with you for it. Clarify what you said. Apologize for your bad take. And life moves on. It's not that difficult. Let's make an office for my manager up here. Just get ahead of that. I like the red wood tables, so we're going to use that. Also, stop killing games. I'm just going to say that. Yeah, Bloodthorn. Right there. So, Latibe in my Twitch chat said, but Blind, admitting that you're wrong and show that you can change ideas and grow as a person is a sign of weakness in this current era. And then immediately my Twitch chat disconnected. So, you know, I guess so. I'm just sorry you did that. That's fine. It's fine. They're coming for me, chat. They know. Secret words of banishment. I mean, admitting that you're hard, especially admitting that you're wrong in front of a crowd is very hard, especially when it's in a public space. It is very difficult. And you should, and also, here's like the lesson that we can learn from this whole thing, though, chat, which is, like him or dislike him, he's probably going to still be streaming in 5 years, so you don't have to be too worried about that. But just realize, when you make a mistake and say something stupid, apologize. Own up to it. The same goes for me. If I say something stupid in the future on stream, I hope that somebody will tell me so that I can do my best to fix it. Or show where I fucked up. Explain how I fucked up. That's all that you can really learn from stuff like this, right? Is just, that's what you don't do. Okay, so now that the example's been set, don't do that. When you see something that someone's saying that is categorically wrong, help them do better. It's actually really difficult. I would say it's anything but simple, but... Especially at work, the most powerful statements are, I messed up, and I'll fix it, and also thank you. Yeah, absolutely. You know, like, I've messed up many times in my life, and I've tried to do my best to apologize as I've gotten smarter. When I was younger, I certainly didn't. And as an adult, I can say for a fact that I used to be a shit ton worse at it. But thankfully, I didn't have to have the ire of the entirety of the goddamn fucking internet and then some pile drive me into the ground so hard with a fucking spear that my face isn't even visible above ground anymore. Seems to have happened to some people, though. Admitting fault is a superpower? I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm trying to figure out how to make this. So kind of what I'm thinking here is I want this to be a guild hall. Maybe like a split guild hall and tavern. Dig it out here. Replace these with walls. Then channel down around it. Maybe 2 layers. And then let the mist spray down into here. I don't know how much I agree with that. I think like that was a thing that you could say midnight maybe 20 years ago. Now it's all recorded permanently and archived for everybody for all eternity. So I don't know how much I think that you really get to do that anymore. Why do you use fortifications instead of grates? Because fortifications can't be toppled currently. After long silence, don't start with yes. What? Question mark? Why am I looking for tips from you? Out of curiosity. Certain beasts can kick down doors, yes. Well, your old buddies from secondary, were they the types described as shitlord? Shitlord is just a certain level of immaturity. Or, like, malicious intent. It's like somebody that... Oh, bullies. Sorry, my brain put an extra, like, D, like, okay. B in there. And an extra, sorry, an extra D in there. My brain put extra letters in there. Or they're looking back from the top bunk on the cell block D. I do know that the guy that used to bully my little sister ended up in prison with a DUI and a sex offense. That was one of the last things I checked on Facebook before I deleted it. Kind of felt justified in that one. I don't know, Drogba, Niall, in the YouTube chat. In the future it can be, because a lot of things are going to become destructible that currently aren't. So currently, at the time of speech, they cannot be toppled, whereas greats can be. Yeah, he peed on my sleeping bag in Scouts as well. It was that kid was a character. Let me put it that way. If walls can topple but not rock or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what they end up doing. I'm really curious to see what the siege changes bring. I mean, well, okay. If you're on a glacier and the demons are made of fire, they already have digging powers. They just swim or float, I guess. Directly through the... Okay, so you need your chair. They just kind of float directly through the ice. Hell no gets one demonic pickaxe, and it can destroy 2 blocks simultaneously. It's like those enchanted Minecraft pickaxes or whatever that like take out whole chunks. Yeah, I'm curious if it's gonna make moats worth it. I'm kind of doubtful, but. We're in an ad break, so I'm just pausing the game. I was aiming for escape, but instead I missed. The pickaxe can mine, but it can't fly out. Oh, so what you're saying is winged demons wouldn't be, or flying demons wouldn't be able to fly up and mine up? Is that what you're suggesting? Someone brings a rabbit, please name it Skulltoad. Future Skulltoad. Hold on, do I have any bunnies or rabbits? I have I don't have any bunnies nor rabbits. Could I name a duckling Skull Totem? Hello, Drew. How are you? They're not suggesting sappers. Billions of people have been asking about sappers. Tarn says goblins are going to dig if that's their only option to get into your fort. But he doesn't want them to just wreck the surface. He doesn't want them to just show up and play Minecraft. And just, like, strip mine the whole thing. So, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be what people think of when they say sappers. So, I would actually go to the interview that I did with Tarn the last week, because it'll answer all your questions related to that. This is a new world. Go Demon. It's 300 years old instead of 1,100. Once again, please just go listen to Tarn talk about it. I don't want to just reiterate everything that he said, because the answer is no, but probably, but also I'm not working on it, so I don't actually know. You know? Like I don't actually have like a direct answer. I have what Tarn said, which is, well, yes, we want them to still work, but, and it's the but part that I would just literally be quoting the interview, which is, traps are getting reworked and are going to operate differently, and we're not entirely sure what that's going to look like yet. Which to me says, I don't know. The reason I'm so specific about saying I don't know constantly is I would rather just say I don't know than sound like I'm speaking with authority and be wrong. Period. Is there a way to correct flow of water to be 1 to 2/7? I have no idea what that question is. What is the ideal width of a moat? No moat. Or anything with an overhang. Why would you lie to us? No, I've never really had that response before. What I have had was I've seen people on Reddit talking about things that I've mused about before and gone, oh shit. As if they were coming. Like, Blind said on his stream that this was going to happen. I was like, uh-oh. No, I didn't. I definitely didn't say that. I also want to just wish cast the idea of trolls throwing goblins into existence. That is one thing I do want to wish cast into existence. Yeah, I don't understand what they mean by, is there a way to correct flow of water to be 1 to 2/7? I don't really know what that means. Why are overhangs bad? Overhangs are good. Nothing can climb them. But don't build a moat is the actual advice. So, Midnight X, I don't have a rabbit. I'm not going to wait till a rabbit arrives to name something. So, can you give me something else to name? Please? We got very off topic for a while there. Any animal? Name Skull Totem? Name the duckling Skull Totem. Well, that thing's named, so I can't actually do that. Let's go with this guy. And also, overhangs won't collapse unless you remove all support structure from them. She is often cheerful and she has a sense of duty. She enjoys the company of others and she tends to avoid crowds. She tends to avoid the company. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She is assertive, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She tends to not reveal personal information and does not often feel envious of others. And she is a dwarf in culture, and she is 5 years old. Water moves too slow. What? You come from a different planet than I do. I have a question. Have you ever lived in a house with a flooded basement before and seen how long it takes for all of the water to dissipate? Because I have. And let me tell you, that basement was still moist like 6 months later. I don't know what that means. Urban Nomad. Cantilevered structures are gone? What do you mean by cantilevered? Where does this end up? Right there? Yeah, that's fine. The water moves like sand. I feel like if water moved faster, the game would be borderline unplayable because of it, but like genuinely. Because Dwarf Fortress has some abstractions, right? If you simulate everything the way it would be in reality, the game would be unplayable because the 24-hour period is like less than 30 seconds at full frame rate. Like, go watch some flooding in it, like adventure mode. That might be much closer to the like time sense that you are contemplating here. Because adventure mode is like trying to mimic reality time, whereas fortress mode is very abstracted. It's the reason that like adventure mode has more of the like, how do I put this? How do I word this? Why adventure mode has things like mortars and pestles and like weird tools that aren't needed in fortress mode in the slightest. It's not because like there's less depth to adventure mode, or to fortress mode, it's because time is abstracted differently. It's the reason they don't need fishing rods. I don't know. I feel like the game would be much harder to play in a world like that, but I mean, it wouldn't be boring, that's for sure. I just don't really agree that it doesn't make sense. Like, if that's the thing that you're concerned about with Dwarf Fortress, the speed at which, like, the dwarves are made aware that, like, there's water flooding into a space, if that's the thing that you draw the line of, you're like, this is hurting my immersion, don't look at, like, half of the video game, then. I'm not saying that you're concerned. I'm just thinking out loud, really. I'm just thinking out loud. Don't even get you started on the 4x4 drawbridge folding upwards in a 1x1 space. I guarantee you that's got something to do with, like, the game being designed to not be in 3 dimensions. That a basin? Nope. No, it's a lower floor. I will do some water stuff, but that's going to be on a layer below. Now, this is going to be a probably where I'm actually going to put this guild hall. That's currently just like this floor space right here. I also need a trading depot, though. There it is. I also need something to trade. Let's go crafts dwarf. Let's also grab a jeweler. So it fills to 1 of 7 and not 2 of 7? No, you cannot be that specific with water. Also, if it fills to 1 of 7, it'll immediately just, like, dry up. Because 1 of 7 deep is, like, the point at which water vanishes due to drying up. It's going to evaporate at that depth. Tarn has said dozens of times they're probably never going to get multi-tile creatures, and wagons are probably going to be the extent of what we'll get for vehicles if I were to bet, at least in the reasonable time, but I don't think we're ever going to get multi-tile creatures, Disco Dwarf Dork. I know that, like, that's game breaking and ruins the game for many people, but go talk to any developer who's made a tile-based game with creatures that take up multiple tiles. They literally all say, this was the worst development decision I ever made and took it out, or this was the worst development decision I ever made and it slowed the development of the game down by a lot, or this was the hardest thing I ever developed. I don't know. It's one of those things that I wish people would stop asking for because I'm tired of talking to Tarn about it, I guess. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Lash of Zeal is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Ships could be like boats. Or, like, not boats. Ships could be wagons on water. But that's not a creature. We're talking about multi-tiled creatures, god damn it. Although this is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Lash of Zeal is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I don't know how I feel about the dyes thing. It's not something I would have asked for. I'm like kind of excited, but also like kind of indifferent on it. I mean, building pressure on water isn't what they were asking, though, GZ. Fair enough, Shy Pandemonium. I mean, I enjoy talking to Tarn about that stuff. Also, I'm just going to do this real quick so it doesn't get stolen. Because there's Kia's stealing stuff now, apparently. Giant Kia's stealing stuff, apparently. And there's also a giant mantis on the map, and the merchants are, like, bringing trade elephants. Wow. That's kind of cool. Giant Kia's is back at it again. This dwarf is trying to fight a giant Kia. Let's see if they make it into the fort. I haven't caught anything. Not yet, anyway. Although, you right here... Let's, obviously just cut some gems, I guess. And encrust furniture, probably, and then you're gonna make... Let's just make some rock amulets. Or rock earrings. Something to trade, even if it's not worth much. The expedition leader Kogan meets with the outpost liaison Edsel Amikalob. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. I released them without killing them. I don't know about teaching them to speak Dwarf, but I do agree. I wish there was some non-lethal variant to cage trapping things that wander onto your map. That's something I'm really hoping for with these changes. It's a Blackberry people that keep trying to get to your tavern. They seemed harmless to you. Oh, they're definitely not harmless, but... What's sad is, like, the animal people are coded as neutral, but the dwarves are coded to think they are openly hostile because they have hostile capabilities. It's like the fault of the dwarves. I could actually check if elephants are requestable here. No, they are not. Even though they literally have elephants with them, elephants are not requestable. Which is kind of funny, actually. I don't know what to request. I don't know when I'm going to get it again, so I'm actually going to request Bloodthorn. Just because I love the color of it. Took a 2-year hiatus from DF and came back recently. I have to say, all small changes, as subtle as they are, have improved the game a lot for you. No, absolutely. Yeah, it's really nice to have adventure mode back too. I agree. Just the normal ones. I don't think that dwarves ever have any other animal variety that they can bring. Like, it's very rare. I'm not requesting any animals is what I'm trying to say. They want ammunition. Okay, well, that's easy. Make ammo. Let's encrust furniture with cut gems. What? I've got an injured dwarf. Hold up. Hold up and a half. Why does we have an injured dwarf? That seems bad. Well, and I don't actually have any beds currently. Well, that's unfortunate. You're unconscious and resting. Your leg is cut open. Oh, no. A clean patient. Dig. Gonna go grab a bucket and get to it. Paging Dr. Fortress to the ER. Yeah, pretty much. You know, I've got a... Actually, you know what I can sell? I've got a bunch of puppies. Let's sell a bunch of puppies. That's what I'm going to sell. I can just plunk a cage down right here. It's going to take a little bit for them to haul it over here. But I've got a bunch of little puppies. We can just sell a bunch of puppies. Do you know how fat is made, Sedge? Tallow is commonly used in a lot of soaps. Should like do a Wikipedia deep dive into tallow soap. I'm a puppy mill? No, the dogs are the puppy mill. I'm just here, and now I have a lot of puppies, so I might as well get rid of the puppies somehow. At least we're not eating them. Sure, you could also watch Fight Club, yes. But still from a giant fly? Okay. What's the difference between giant fly and cow? If they both have fat, they both have fat. But the statement was, does rubbing yourself with flat fat make you cleaner? Like, yes, actually. Because something needs to hold the lie together. It's like a binding agent, basically. Yeah, I'm not in a pinch, though. I was trying to think of something that would actually be useful to me at the moment. Oh, also, I'm very much aware that we are, like, very low on food, too. Just waiting for that cage to get placed. Is this at the base of a waterfall? One layer above the base. This is the base. Trust me. There's more puppies where these came from. There will be no shortage of puppies in the near future. You think that the soap business isn't for you if that's true? Maybe don't buy handmade soap from a farmer's market. Would be my advice. But soap in general, you're probably fine. It's a giant Kia corpse? Damn, dude. I also need to get some of my livestock inside pretty soon. But like if you go to a like fancy farmer's market and buy a handmade soap, chances are pretty good it's made from some sort of tallow. It's made with Vegeta oil? Oh my god. I mean, what did the scouters say about its power level? That's truly what I want to know. I will forever be amused that multiple dwarves can't put things into a cage simultaneously, so they have to do them one at a time. So just have this one dwarf running around, chasing puppies, grabbing puppy, putting puppy in cage, going getting next puppy. I was also intentionally misreading a word that you read, so, or wrote. Curious about how much these puppies are going to sell for, actually. Sag. Okay, well, I need to get rid of this rotten Kia corpse. Let's just go right here. And just dump this, and then go up here. And then go labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. Yes, yes. Get rid of this. Dump water on a pond zone and leave the bucket? Yeah, that's up there. It's definitely up there. I don't know if I would say it's the most inefficient thing, though. But it's certainly up there. Just trying to see if there's anything else I want to get rid of. Not that I'm really seeing, so we'll just deconstruct this. It's worth 1,000 Dwarf bucks. I'll take it. Also bring these mudstone earrings over for some added extra value is. One of the most inefficient things? I think if you're worrying about dwarves being inefficient, you're just gonna make yourself go insane pretty quickly, but... Got a blue peahen and a rooster. Grab that milk in that barrel. You know, I'm gonna not actually buy those bars. This is kind of a problem, actually, because of the excess weight. I think I'm just going to buy the black bronze. I'm going to buy this one quartzite boulder so that I can trade with them, because these dogs are heavy. What weapons have they brought that are any good? Like none. I think I'll just buy these 2 swords. And I can use that to get a squad going. These traders are insisting on getting a lot of profit. Holy shit. Is the boulder too valuable, man? Fine. There is like 11 puppies in a cage made of like copper. So that's not too surprising when you think about it. Too many puppies? Sounds like many people's heaven. This is true. Primus does indeed suck. By their own admission. Well, self-described as sucking. Maybe they're teacup chihuahuas? The puppies? I highly doubt that. They're probably like some sort of large sheepdog, I would guess. Or like wolf derivative. Enjoy your lurks, Tibby. Oh, how they all fit in the cage, I see. I thought you were talking about the weight, and I was like, I don't know about that. Okay, so let's do this, and then this. And then I'm going to make this into a dining hall around the base of this. Back and stuck and then have to walk around to the main entrance. I was also pretty convinced that was going to happen, to be fair. Was also expecting that very much. It wouldn't have been the end of the world, though, aside from the fact that they would have had to, like, brave the giant Kias on the outside, but... Let's make some bone crafts. Actually, let's make some bone crossbows. Let's do that. Maybe also some bone bolts. Let's make like 5 and 3. I'm actually just going to cancel that. So did you. Well, I mean, this dwarf decided to just do this the hard way. So, you know, like, just standing directly underneath the waterfall. Get some work done. It's like, you know, they don't, like, get locked outside and have to walk around. Instead, they walk around to do a job that could be done from inside. You're not going to knock it? Hey, you know, they just wanted to stand in the splashy bit longer. I respect it. Okay, so let's go up to here. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go outside here. There's Garnerite. Mudstone, Microcline. Or should I go for the Malachite? I kind of want to make Malachite tables. Like, just have a bunch of green tables around. Because all the way, I think it's... Yeah, it's Lemonite. It's pretty high up, isn't it? Maybe it's like over here in this valley. There's Malachite around here somewhere, I swear. There it is. Yeah, like right here. It already exists. It's just extremely unclear as to how it works in regards to what gets engraved. If you go to an area where you're engraving something, grab the engravel tool and click it while the game is paused. Right-click while the game is still paused, and then click it again. You can specify the image. So, yes, you can already do that. The game just doesn't tell you. Or if you click really quickly, you can also sometimes do it. Allanite's an amazing color. Yeah. This is true. There it is. Bring Malachite over here, have max wheelbarrows of 1, and you, please just make a wheelbarrow. There's, okay, so we went from like giant Kias and a giant praying mantis and giant flies to ducks. Well then. I'm also going to go here, and I'm going to approve of some hunters. Would you enjoy this task, Dwarf? You dream of mastering a skill. How brave are you? It's greedy streak. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He could be considered rude. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He's curious and eager to learn. All right, Dwarf, you're going to go be a hunter. Invasion of the Quackers? Yeah, it's like the Quakers. But more... Wah. Some migrants have done the arrival. This one brought their own crossbow and their own bolts. 37 of them, even. Do you have any skills with it? Ooh. Wait, no, sorry, that's not the new wait, what? Oh no, you are a new migrant. Huh, you don't see that very often. Dwarves that already show up with like a crossbow and shit. Huh. Matsubami. Beard or no beard. Or like legitimately anyone. This one's got 2 lovers and 2 children, and that's her youngest son? Damn, lady. Former member of the Terrors of Adventuring. It's like, I used to be in the military. Oh, really? What squad were you in? Oh, the terrible guy in charge? What? Yeah, that's what it's called. It's the questionable decision-making commander squad. That's so fucking funny. But, Natsubami, do you have any beard preference or nah? I cut a kiwi like an orange. I slice a kiwi and eat it quarterly. Also, everybody's a peasant. This is actually a little weird. Like, peasant, 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 peasant. Like, nobody's showing up with, like, a base skill. I'm presuming they mean the fruit. We eat people from New Zealand. I thought that was their culture. You also noticed a lot of peasants in your waves? It does draw from actual population? Yeah, it does. It's just interesting. I wonder, how much of that malachite digging they did. Maybe it already patched itself up. Was quick. If that's the case, I thought I just auto-mined it all. Oh no, there it is. Oh wow, there's actually not a small amount of it. Look at this. So yeah, I think I'm going to use malachite as a stone and let them make furniture out of it. You know, Urban Nomad, I'm very glad that somebody finally had the same response that I do when people bring this shit up. It's like, no, Jesus, stupid. What'd you think I meant, weirdo? God damn. Okay, let's just go, So none of these are available here, but these are all different symbols of different families, because these dwarves all have big families. Which is actually kind of neat. Stone use. Or of copper. We're going to use that. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to say rock table. Rock throne. We're going to use malachite. Also, there's Killinite. Well, shit. We've got all the fun materials today, don't we? Oh, this is all Killinite. Wow. I feel like I never see Killinite, so I'm kind of excited. Is it not listed in here? No, there it is. It's for clay. Bronze would be malachite with cassiterite. I would rather make tables. Also, I don't think this map has garnerite, but I don't think it has any cassiterite. Besides, I also have tetrahedrite, so I could use copper bars if I wanted to do more of that. Seems to also go all the way down to there. Just on the off chance they go that deep. Well, that is really cool. And there's more tetrahedrite in here. I really hope that we get attacked by agitated ducks. What do you mean modded? Doesn't Minecraft have like iron ore and all of the very video gamey, not realistic names for stuff? I don't need a trillion kilonite, but malachite, on the other hand, I don't mind. There's also guavas on the ground down here, so I'm actually going to get the dwarves to go out here, and we're going to make a gather fruit zone. Just remove the stuff up, because then we can get lychees amongst other things. And a lot of these less busy dwarves can go do that. We're now all gathering plants. Although if I keep that around for a longer period, I'll have to make that a less of a major deal or a common job, because I'm going to be busy out here. The mod was using realism mechanics inspired by a vintage story, you think? They should have... Oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't be inspired by if they have the same developer. Yeah, I don't know. That always kind of bothered me a little bit. So that was something I liked about my time playing Astroneer. I didn't play it for very long, but the little bit of time I did spend playing it, I quite liked that part of it. I like right throne. So let's do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. These are going to look really cool. Oh, the dev wants to make a standalone game like Vintage Story, right? The world of Minecraft spin-offs is actually kind of fascinating. Rest in peace, Hytale, I guess. You know, I gotta say this might be one of my favorite colors in Dwarf Fortress currently. Like this, it's maybe not my favorite color, but it's up there, man. This is no joke. This is up there. Why is ammo automatically forbidden by default so that your dwarves don't run in and die horribly when you're not expecting it? Speaking of, set that to during sieges. Because in a lot of possible embarks, you really want it to be forbidden. I do think that's something we should be able to change, though. Poor people adamantine? No, that's microcline. Come on. We know what that is. It's called microcline. Let's get some beds assigned just so I know how many more I need to make. Give it to named dwarves first, potentially. I also realize I need to do walls still, but just getting the bedrooms made is the priority. I could smooth them, but I'm going to deconstruct them and just build walls. Yeah, it's malachite. Malachite tables. They're not actually that valuable, though, unfortunately. The dwarf Mincott, the founder, has been taken by a fey mood. I'm also going to pause this over here and actually just make a separate shop for it. You're a mechanic, so you're gonna go probably grab the mechanic shop. Oh, I deconstructed it. Okay, well, I'll fix that. So instead, you're gonna go stand in your bedroom and pout, which, honestly, fair. That's my response to a lot of things. You miss nice orthoclase and microcline patches. Nowadays, they blend in too much. Oh, no. Well, it's not too hard to mod the colors, though. It's one of the easier things to mod, actually. Just grabs a singular piece of microcline and works furiously. Well, a normal microcline mechanism with a name incoming, I suppose. I'm also going to set this to the Grove of Dusks and get rid of this up here so that they just go down here. Desokan, thanks for the 9-month streak and 14 months total. Appreciate you, mate. I saw 2 different numbers on 2 different screens, so I had to make sure I noted down both of them correctly. Seriously, thank you. Chromite? I don't think I've seen Chromite in months. Like, it has been such a long time since I've seen Chromite. Like, I forget what Chromite looks like sometimes. That's how infrequently I see it. Likes to hide with olivine. Oh, true. True. I mean, if it's green, it would look like olivine, that's for sure. So Dumot's like the one upset dwarf here. And that's just because they got attacked. So they're just constantly reliving it. So maybe they'll rethink their life after they get over that, but it's going to be a hard one, potentially, to get over. Chromites? I don't know what a chromite is. I know what chromite is, but I don't know what a chromite is. Let's also just go over here and just make us a refuse stockpile. It's been a long time since I just had a refuse stockpile outside. Minkot, the founder and the manager, has created Kamam, a microcline mechanism, and claims it as a family heirloom. Well, I'm gonna go up to here. I'm gonna plunk it down here so it doesn't get lost. Everybody's putting stuff in a stockpile currently. It's mostly just random crap for the refuse pile. Mostly. Inspired, sir. Well done. Well, thank you, Don't Fear Phil. It's good to see you as well. I'm glad you like the base design of it. The tables are made from malachite, which is the ore of copper. Because I don't super value copper, and I also have tetrahedrite. But I don't ever see malachite, so I'm taking advantage of it because it's here. Yeah, all of this down here. Oh, look at all of it. Holy crap. Like, actually, that's kind of awesome. Although they are going to block themselves in here, so I should probably bump this up to priority number 1 and let them dig through that. But yeah, look at all that. That's going to look fantastic. Like, there's just kind of malachite everywhere. No complaints here. No complaints here whatsoever. Yeah, also we have Kellenite. We've got clay, which is funny because they're going to, like, trap themselves in this kind of almost open pit. I'm getting pinged from the front door. Hold on. All right, I got a package I have to go grab. I'm just gonna let you guys follow this dwarf. Please shout if something terrible happens, and let me know what it was when I get back, okay? Hopefully nobody's dead when I return. You're in charge, chat. Yeah, well, population's still the same, so that's good. Can I play with madness? Bring out your dead? Is that the one that you were looking for? She drank an 8, and now she's back to mining? Well, at least she's being effective. I mean, she's got poor empathy. Freyways and her seem to be doing a good job. Considering they just get to discuss and chat and hang out while they're just, like, mining around. Because these two are lovers, right? The two miners. They're basically just, like, vibing and having a day. Also, hey, Ledren, when did you get here? We have no flux? That's not true. We got limestone. Where is it? There's some. See? See, now the dwarves are learning about surgery. This is what they get to do in guild halls, and why you should always build a guild hall first. If you want to specialize any dwarves anyway. Because all of these peasants now are all learning surgery from this dwarf, who's an adept surgeon. So I gave this dwarf surgery skills, and they're hanging out in this little room, and everybody here is becoming surgeons, and they're all like, this dwarf's a novice surgeon now. Dabbling bone doctor. None of these dwarves have done any of these tasks before, right? So they're all just sitting here like learning all these skills related to surgery without ever actually needing to do surgery. DF does have borax, yes. At least I swear it does. Although there's several materials in this game that I've never seen that then suddenly pop up and I see them everywhere for a fort and I'm like, I didn't know this existed. Happens kind of a lot. It has borax, but it doesn't count as flux. Right. I'm not gonna lie, one of the most confusing concepts for me to wrap my head around when I first started playing this game was the flux. Like, needing to, like, fill stones up with other materials to make steel and such was, like, the most perplexing thing to me. It took a while for my brain to wrap itself around that concept. I could start making malachite blocks. Although realistically what I think I need is I need an actual location for crafts. So if this is kind of the rough blob area that I want the arena to be built, why don't we do kind of like, maybe not a series of crafts halls, but like some spaces over here for crafting. And then I can actually start putting materials away. And get some storage up and running. Flux is used in pottery too, mostly for glazes. Correct, yes. Speaking of which, we have clay in this fort, so we gotta do something with that too. Binds with impurities and oxygen to make metal pure. Yes. Correct. You know, I watch a YouTube channel called Blacktail Studio. It's like a woodworking YouTube channel. And he's always trying to sell these Damascus steel knives for like etching in wood to like make your cuts. And so whenever people say the words Damascus steel or type them in my chat, I read them in his voice. It's kind of funny. It's a pretty dope channel though. Yeah, one of us. I like those kinds of like creative crafts work channels. Don't really see a good entryway here, so I could just kind of break down this wall. Yeah, I know very little about zinc. Although I would say actually I know very little about a lot of materials. Dwarf Fortress makes me seem smarter than I am about this stuff, but I'm really not. It's just a farce, let me tell you. How many bedrooms do I still need? Actually, doors, it's more like. Well, I know that. And meanwhile, Canada, we don't have pennies anymore because we are a superiorly leveled up and evolved member of the species. Do we call them loonies or something? No, loonies are $1. And a bird, depending on who's talking. Twoonies are $2. Takes big smarts to figure that one out. No, we literally don't have pennies. We don't have a 1 cent coin. We used to. But we got rid of those, like, literally weeks after I started working in retail for the first time. Literally within weeks. And I like to bring this up because I think it's really funny, which is like one of the first things that Trump did when he got into office this time was said he was going to get rid of the penny and he hasn't done it yet. And I'm like, that's the one thing that I think he's doing or that he said he wanted to do that I think is a good idea. It's like, he hasn't done it yet. It's like, God damn it. You could just like get rid of you could just get rid of the penny. That would be much better for everybody in life, but it's literally well, every now and again, like a broken clock is right. So he's had the occasional like stroke of, oh, that's not a terrible idea, and then just like proceeds to follow it up with a trillion terrible ideas to the point where like the good one doesn't even matter. Anyway, or like has a good idea, but like his method of implementing the idea is so fucking bass backwards and stupid that it would never work. Or like the two options you have there. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about price of meds now. Now's not the time, no the place. There's my brewery. Let's brew some drink from plant. Yeah, I think I've seen that video, Disco. Just be careful to never wish to live in a world without zinc. There's a difference between not wanting to waste the zinc on pennies and wanting to live in a world without zinc. It's like wanting to live in a world without aluminum. Okay, so I need to find a dwarf that would make for a decent military dwarf. Or like a decent militia commander. Dwarf wants martial training. Let's create a masterwork someday. Doesn't hold in the grievances. Tends to make a small mess with his own ambitions. He can handle stress. Tends to avoid crowds, and he's assertive. We're going to dig underneath this. Also, we've hit hematite as well, which is iron ore. Which is a really fun red, which I should permit some of it to be used to make bricks, because I think that would very much fit the aesthetic of an arena. Actually, no, I should just go underneath. Yep, we found iron. I don't think it's the only type of iron in this map either. Also more iron, speaking of. We've also got magnetite. I'll have iron then? Okay, so who's iron? Are we going to iron in this situation? If you wanted a dwarf that wanted to be in the military, like you tend to, this dwarf wants martial training. So Saxul, this dwarf? Probably wouldn't be bad in the military either. Emperor irons the furnace up. Often feels filled with joy, sees others as selfish and conniving, has a low sense of self-esteem, and tries to keep his things orderly. He rarely feels discouraged and has a calm demeanor, and he prefers everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He is curious and eager to learn, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. And he doesn't cling tightly... He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't care about art one way or another, like silver, tin, and rubicel, as well as peach wood, hyena leather and the color purple, battle axes, the words of the Carillion sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume giant coati and clown loach, and long line of beer. Also, chat, remember, this fortress is called Thunderpants. And white millet flour, and absolutely hates leeches. And you're going to be my militia captain, commander. Also, apparently, Mina is a competent tactician, which is kind of crazy. Gonna go pick up equipment now. It took like an hour to come up on the decision for Thunderpants, but Thunderpants is what we ended up on, yeah. It was a decision. You're running around with this fancy sword that is encircled with bands of finely crafted cushioned sandstone cabochons. This should sort out the last of the beds. Yes, it does. Good lord. This is all metal ore over here. Quite literally all metal ore. Embrace the whimsy? I mean, I'm not rejecting it. I think it's silly. Which, I think chat would agree, right? It's very silly. A little bit. I bumped it about twice what I normally have it at. But I didn't make it like ridiculously high up or anything. It's certainly not everywhere, but it's more than sparse, which is usually what I have it at. I usually have it at less than sparse, actually. What I had a bit ago was when we were looking around for location to settle, because we ended up settling right here. One of the places I spotted was this. This is a Joyous Wilds Island, which I might do a fort on at some point, because that'd be interesting. That's where nothing lives. There's literally nothing on this island. It's just a Joyous Wilds Island. The Flighty Goose. Sorry, that's a really good name for an island. But this little tiny Joyous Wilds Island, the Merc of Courtesy, the fort that the game generated for us when I just did a random embark on it, to see what it looked like, was called Philtomb. Liked Underrail a lot, but it felt like your build started to be struggle after a city. That's why I bought that game and never played it, YouTube chat, because you're talking about Underrail. Also, chat, I Don't Kill Coyotes has 238 dwarves in their fort, and none of them are named Urist. I want to know, just out of curiosity, what are the odds of that? Like, how many names are there? And if out of 238 chances for a dwarf to be named Urist, none of them named Urist, what are the odds of you not getting a Urist after that many dwarves? Now we're talking. Look at that Malachite. Like, just the color of the tables? Because you're calling them aqua tables. They are kind of like an aquatic blue. Hello, Marco Cummings in YouTube chat. So according to Stone, there's 165 different names for dwarves. So you need to do some math, but the odds of that are pretty low, actually. Okay, so now that I've got that done, I'm going to go to furnaces. I'm going to go wood furnace. I'll place that. I'm going to go furnaces, smelter, and just say charcoal. We'll just make 40. Let's make 25. Smelt, magnetite, 25. That's what we're going to do. So I'll probably end up with 25 magnetite after all this. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I may have just died and gone to heaven. I need, like, a really excited Spanish football commentator to scream, "Goal!" really loudly. Praise Armok, indeed. All right, no, that's magnetite. 25. 3. Make coke. We'll just say 0. I don't know. Do that for a bit. I mean, look, there's more there and more there. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Also, hey, Abraxas, in YouTube chat. There's approximately a 21.6% chance that none of your 238 dwarves are named Urist. That's... Wow, you beat the odds. Do I have a Urist yet? No, I want to know. I don't have a Urist yet. Got 1 Serral. Got 2 Saigons. 1 Dumat. And little barracks right here. And the geared lashes, which are not going to be called that. These are going to be called the gears. The blades of thunder. Gears. That's what popped up first. The gears of thunder is your name. And I'm going to set you to train. And I'm going to set this to train. Legs of Thunder. This whole fort's just going to become various compilations of power metal albums eventually. Okay, so I don't actually have a... I'm like noticing a lot of dwarves just standing around and doing nothing, going like, this seems to be a problem. What's going on? I just realized I don't actually have a meeting zone. So dwarves are just going to their bedrooms and standing there because they don't know what to do. There you go. Now you all have something to do. Feels content being near a waterfall. Let's find somebody to join you. Dwarf wants to fight, excitement, argue. In terms of raising a family. You had apprentices previously? Huh. Do you have any skills related to combat? No, you don't. Atir, you're going to join Saxul. I'm also going to make sure that you don't end up minor. Go join Saxul. When is a good population size to form squads? It highly depends on what your fortress is and what your plan for the fortress is. For me, a good point to form squads is as soon as you think that you need them. This is an Untamed Wilds fort, and I want to do a lot of construction, specifically around the surface, so ASAP for me. For any fortress that isn't focused on building in the Untamed Wilds, your options are going to be a bit more varied. Because you don't have to be worried about just wildlife attacking you. But yeah, I'm gonna have a Marksdwarf squad and a melee squad pretty quick. Most certainly. Catan is a very, again, common dwarf fortress name, and I don't have any. Go figure. Something else I'm going to do is I'm going to make iron chains. And I'm going to make traction benches. I'm going to make tables. It's kind of makes me sad that I can't tell them what materials to use for traction. I'll just do 2 of those and actually skip those tables. With 22 dwarves? I only have only two dwarves in the squad. The thing is, if you have a dwarf who's very skilled at something, they teach others quicker. So if you have like one legendary axe dwarf in a melee squad of axe dwarves and everybody else is a recruit, the recruits will learn faster if the one leading the squad is a higher level. So it's not a bad idea to start them pretty quick. Forgot that malachite's considered a stone here. We'll just do 20 of each. Yeah, also, I don't really care about efficiency. The thing that's making them inefficient, quote unquote, right now is me allowing them to socialize down here. That's what's making them inefficient, not the, nothing else here is making them inefficient. Forging iron chains. Let's also go here and type in lime. That's 7 limestone. Shen! Thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dude? Welcome, raiders. From Shen Town. I hope the stream was good. What were you guys up to today? If you guys don't know, Shen plays a variety of fun buildery games. If you like this, we also have Dolomite, by the way. If you like the stuff I make, you may also like his stuff. Some mods, if I could get a shout out, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I'll do it in a sec. I don't see it pop up. Yeah, we got fuck tons of limestone and dolomite up here. Thanks, mods. Appreciate you. Just formed 1 10-dwarf squad and kissed them goodbye. No, I formed a squad of 2 dwarves, and I'm letting them get ahead in swords dwarfing, is what I did. And it also gives me a template to start giving them armor and such. That's all it is. There isn't too much more logic to it than that. But to anybody just coming over from Shen Stream, my name's Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. We are building a fort that is planned to try and catch giant creatures and make them fight in a big arena. So I am slowly laying down the beginnings of what is hopefully going to be a large arena fort. And I'm utilizing this central waterfall to spray the dwarves and give them nice constant showers. That's what we're doing. No stinky allowed. Well, I mean, the last fort did like that pretty badly, let's be honest. I really want to make malachite blocks. God damn it. Multicolor floors it's certainly going to be. Yeah, all the dwarves rotting. So let's go around the edge of this a little bit and dig it in. Fresh fort smell? Yeah, no kidding. This fort's already kind of been a lot, though. I was not expecting to name this fort Thunderpants. I'll be honest. There's also been a lot of questions like, was that name intentional? Or like, you know what you're saying? It's like, yeah, I'm expecting jokes. Let's go. I got this. Of the game and goal, you've played games like Keep Royale and RimWorld and Assis. So this is like RimWorld's great-grandfather in positive and negative ways. It's... on its surface, it kind of just looks like you're playing RimWorld or one of those other games. But what it actually is if you look at this is the world map, right? This entire world is explorable in like a top-down RPG perspective in adventure mode. So what Dwarf Fortress does that's very unique to it is instead of just giving you a map with objectives on it, it gives you a world that's actively existing around you. I haven't found too much of this in the news and rumors, but I have been trading with my home faction, which are these guys over here. And these are all wars that are actively happening. And if I look at these, it all says that they have populations, right? So, like, this is a Dwarven Mountain Hall with a population of 200. This is a Dwarven Mountain Hall with a population of 200. This is a Dwarven Mountain Hall with a population of 200. This is a Dwarven Mountain Hall with a population of 300. This is a Dwarven Mountain Hall, etc. This is a Dwarven Fortress with a population of 1,000. All of these different locations are populated with approximately that many individuals. Outside of Fortress mode, there's a mode called Legends mode, which has the chronological history of everything that has happened in your world up until the point that you start playing and as you're playing. So you can go in and you can look up the history of this dwarf, everywhere they were before they were in your fortress, where they came from, what they did, and who they are, and who their parents were, probably. And that's what makes Dwarf Fortress unique, is that it has this absurd level of scale that makes it kind of difficult to place in any sort of contest against other games that try to be like it. The issue is, because it's a giant simulation that isn't always built to be a video game, it can be difficult to find objectives or goals. It's very self-driven. It's also very breakable in kind of intentional ways, in that you can like min-max the fun completely out of it. It's a game kind of that I like to describe as if you're playing D&D with yourself, but all the players are the dwarves, versus like a strategy game, even though it is a strategy game. But the goal for me in this fort is I want to dig down to the cavern layers where big monsters appear and catch them and make them fight. But I've decided to do that. I'm not getting benefited by that in any way. That's just a thing that I would like to do because it sounds like fun. It's a game about setting your own goals in a big sandbox more so than the game challenging you with objectives. So, like, if you're the sort of person who likes to play a more roleplay focused sandbox game, this has that. Like, something that I think catches a lot of people off when they're used to playing the other games that you mentioned. There's no direct control, really. You may be in an ad. Are you in an ad? If you're not in an ad, I'll wait. Correct. Elf polls. Correct. My name is, in fact, Greg. Yes. Blue 11B. No ad? Okay. Because an ad break just started on my end, so I see ads ticking down at the top. But it depends on when you tuned in, right? You have to be watching for 30 minutes to get the ads, I think, usually. Anyway, yeah, no, so it's very much a... Chat has a joke, which is take a drink every time Blind says God game, but to me, Dwarf Fortress has more in common with a lot of traditional God games, because, like, this is a colony management game that wasn't originally intended to be a colony management game that started development back in 2002. So, like, the world of video games was quite different back then. So it is kind of like the grandfather of a genre in a lot of ways, but the genre has certainly, like, surpassed it with certain expectations. So if it's a game that you step into having never played it before, it's kind of like a... It's like being used to playing Civ 7 and then going back and playing Alpha Centauri. Sort of. It's like you're taking a game that is like very... You're used to games that are very refined and have certain expectations for a genre that are then completely... You throw most of those expectations out the window because all that you actually have left now is like... the bare mechanics that eventually formed into that genre. But I like it because it is and you know, I say that Dwarf Fortress is way better, Greg Backus. That being said, a lot less people played it and are playing it. So it's a game with warts that's weird in some ways, but it's also a game that still surprises me, and I've got tens of thousands of hours spent in this stupid game. I'm gonna make steel bars. Just get that rolling a little bit. I think like the only real problem that Dwarf Fortress has, genuinely, is its ability to, like, make the frame rate go to 0 when you don't expect it. Even though that's often fixable. And it's inaccessible modding currently, but they're actively working on making the modding more doable and adding more ways to be able to mod the game from the get-go, which is a big deal, I think. You went down the rabbit hole of what topics could you write about in Dwarf Fort and ran into them discovering what... I don't even know what that is. What is that? Like, you want to do a library for it. I don't even know what that is. It's like Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any surfaceable tech tree. Like, there's no unlocking things. You have everything that you have from the beginning of every fortress, and you don't earn new things to make at any point during a fortress. Because every fortress in every world canonically has the exact same technology and knowledge. And it's just about you trying to play within that tool set, basically. It's a solution of acid with gold in it. Huh. Yeah, that's beyond me. Guess I'm gonna actually go down into here. I'm gonna make this into a little forge, because it seems like a fun spot to build a forge. I just want floors for this first. It's also just a really convenient place for a forge. Guess I'll make rock blocks first. Alright, let's do certs, rock blocks, and microcline probably. Things that can dissolve gold and silver and platinum. Oh. Telling me it's time for 4G? Why? Because my food supplies are low? I mean, yeah, I guess. It's fine. We're actually actively making like rice beer and barley wine and stuff too, which is pretty cool. Oh, that kind of forgery. Right. Make another wheelbarrow. Did I? Yeah, I unmade the mechanic shop I made a while ago. Let's remake that real quick. It was once famously used to hide a Nobel Prize from the Nazis. I forget which one, but the Arnott had his prize dissolved in Aquaregia and then the recast ones where the Nazis were... Wow. Then recast them and the Nazis were defeated. That's kind of crazy. Sounds like I got a rabbit hole for this evening. What did you think had to be enclosed? GZN? This is not a tavern, no. Well, this is a guild. This is a guild hall made out of a dining hall and a meeting zone, but nothing needs to be enclosed. They need to be under a ceiling if you want to put furniture in them, because furnitures have to be indoors, but nothing really needs to be enclosed. And then over here, I'm going to put a hospital. Oh, did they already make that? I guess they did. Well, shit. Because I thought that... I guess I never made those traction benches. All right, well, let's just make 5 traction benches. That was confusing. There'll be a ton of Talo because of that? No, it's just we're in a pretty mean map. And I'm kind of expecting to have to deal with pretty mean monsters. So because of that, I'm just getting ahead of it with squads, basically. So let's do steel shield. We'll do 2. Let's do steel helm. 2. So we're making stuff from over here. And let's get all of that stone repurposed for right in the middle of this.
Hello.
Oh, you forgot about Krug Smash for 2 years? He hasn't uploaded in like 6 months, Gigmoth. Or not Gigmoth, Terabyte. Gigmoth, thanks for the 18th month. Welcome back. Could you chuck that on like documentaries and knowledge in Discord? I think you're in there. Gigmoth, thanks for the 18th month. Check, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you, mate. Slow Zero, thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate you, mate. Okay, so this is going to be a boulders stockpile. It's going to load all of these, not limestone, all of these, not those, malachite. And I'm actually going to go to here, and I'm going to go labor, stone use. Where's limestone? Is it another? No. We're going to use limestone for quick lime and or steel bars, probably mostly steel bars. And then this right here, it's going to go right there. And you are going to be 4. Malachite, all of this, none of this. Actually, also none of that. None of the bituminous coal. And right here, it's going to be same. This, all of this, none of that, none of that. All of this, none of that. And you are going to get this bloodthorn, sucker, and you're going to do this, and you are going to load from here. Cheers, thank you. Yes, quantum stockpile is correct. It's going to be called rock. It's Dwayne himself. Still not worth that much. Which means what I should do soon. So I should get rid of this. Should get rid of this, 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 And we'll fill it all up into here. I feel like it's wrong of you to make quantum stockpiles like they'll be fixed anytime soon. I mean, quantum stockpiles are an accepted mechanic. Like, that is a known, widely spread fact of this game. Was it a bug originally? Yes. It's an accepted mechanic, so I wouldn't feel bad. Like, straight up, don't feel bad. I just don't use them for everything. Quantum stockpile, what I just did here. See how there's 2 boulders here? Well, soon there will be 3. Then there will be 4, and then there will be 12. Basically, what a quantum stockpile is it's when a boulder is put into a stockpile and then stacked in one tile. So, there's 3 there. I'm using this minecart basically to infinitely stack stuff in one space. So instead of having to have a giant stockpile that fills half the map, I can just use a single tile. And then between that and wheelbarrows, the dwarves then transport stuff around and put stuff all in that one stack, thus creating a quantum stockpile. I only use it for large objects that can't go into bins, really. I don't really use them outside of that, because it does start to feel cheesy after a bit, but Iron is now considered a novice swords dwarf, and also now is very content after putting on a superior item. But yeah, it's a way of being picky about how the fort looks. I use them in places within reason. I don't use them everywhere, but I do use them often enough. Also, I think I'm going to do this. Just going to make the stockpile big for a little bit. Give them a head start catching up. Also going to go out here for a bit. Grab us a bunch of foods, because I'm not doing any farming yet. I am subsisting entirely off of harvesting stuff from trees and pulling stuff up from the ground. That is where all of our food supplies are coming from at the moment. Same with our drink supplies. You violently pop when you see a cool rock? What does that mean? Mooncat, this is a fortress about eventually catching forgotten beasts and putting them in a big arena. But first I have to build the big arena. We're trying to populate a big old mountain. It's very steep. So this is going to be a map about digging up as much as we're digging down. I also have said I'm going to do water features, which is why I'm slowly chiseling away at this. But also apparently a fort that's full of like malachite and clay, killinite. We've got tetrahedrite. Yeah, new world, new fort, same memes, plenty of gems, all kinds of fun stuff. I feel like I should just cut back on a bunch of this for right now. You like green rock? Yeah. And I've got a lot of fancy green tables down here. I'm not going to lie. There is a store relatively close to me that is like a polished rocks and crystals store. And I have been very, very, very smart. And I've never gone in there. But it's like not the sort of, it's not like a, how do I put it? It's not like a hoity-toity mystics shop. It's like the sort of thing that I'm going to go buy like a chunk of granite the size of a small building to put in my front lawn kind of thing. But they also just have like bins out front that are just like pick whatever. And then just like a price on the bin is like $10, $4, $3. And they're just little polished stones or like unfinished like jagged stones and stuff. I've glanced in those a couple times. I'm like, I should just buy a bunch of rocks. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking buy rocks. What the fuck am I doing? Like, go be intelligent with your money, you moron. And then I go on with my day and I don't do that, but like, it's like, I don't want to be a crystals guy, okay? I just like crystals. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not a crystals guy, but like, I've come very close to buying a pineapple opal a few times. Anyway. Lost my fort. Everybody's down here watching surgery demonstrations. What's the value of the guild right now, actually? Okay, it is actually high enough that when they demand a guild, it'll already be ready to go. Oh, there's some cool-ass rock out there, let me tell you. There most certainly is some cool-ass rock out there. Another thing I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to make a blocks stockpile. Not for bars, just blocks. Not for other materials. Yeah, no. Just these. And that's just going to be a plain old stockpile. And I'm going to make some bins. Let's make olive wood and make 5 of them. You know, I think that there's 2 major crossovers on the internet that I'm aware of. Shy Pandemonium. The first one is the trees subreddit, which is the marijuana subreddit, right? It's the subreddit what people do the talking about the weed. However, while it might be the subreddit what people do the talking about the weed, and I just turned up the brightness on my camera and it froze. Camera, please. Please. Don't fail me. Okay, I'll unplug it and plug it back in and zoom it back in. It's the subreddit what people do the talking about the weed. But also, if somebody shows up and posts a picture of a tree and asks a question about a tree, everybody's just like, act normal! And they talk about trees. And everybody in that subreddit suddenly just becomes an arborist, like immediately. And it's one of my favorite, like, personality traits on that subreddit is just all you need is just somebody to get a little bit lost on the internet, ask a question about a tree, and everybody in the trees subreddit who smokes way too much weed either does some Google foo or like educates this person about the tree and answers all the questions. Yeah, exactly. A marijuana enthusiast for trees too. But for me with Dwarf Fortress, I think somebody could go to the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and ask a question about just some random mineral with no context of Dwarf Fortress, and it would get the same response, you know? Like, I feel like that there's probably enough crossover that someone could just use, like, the Dwarf Fortress subreddit as, like, a general geology subreddit and have virtually an identical response. Meant the item was in 2 location until it's picked up. Nope. No, it is not. Not the literal definition of quantum. Still pretty cool, though. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Eat dirt. Sorry, I'm not telling you to eat dirt. Your username is literally eat dirt. They asked me about shingite. I'm assuming it's like a type of rock, but I don't actually know what that is. So I don't really have any thoughts. Are my thoughts. I took a geology class and whipped out some knowledge from Dwarf Fortress in there to be impressive to a bunch of 20-year-olds from and the professor. Oh, just because you knew what like a couple of different substances was. The world generally doesn't need to know what most rocks are, but I like being able to spot out fool's gold and say, look, a lot of people got rich selling that. I think I'm going to go with this dwarf. Remove you from this. The births of crystal. No. The surprise springs? The bolts of shocking. There's multiple meanings to that sentence. Bolts of shocking are going to be a Mark Source squad. They're going to use crossbows. Shields or bucklers, doesn't matter. Let's say armor, doesn't matter. Headwear, doesn't matter. Legwear, doesn't matter. Handwear, doesn't matter. Footwear, doesn't matter. Yeah, footwear, sure. Let's get rid of the footwear. Handwear and crossbows. We're going to call this crossbow basic. And I'm going to save and confirm. Crossbow basics with 2 shields. Did I put too many shields in that? I mean, if it's 2 shields, then that's just kind of cool. You are correct. I did tell him to use 2 shields. Well, thankfully, I can go crossbow basic and confirm and save uniform. Problem solved! And then reassign you to crossbow basic and delete that first one. Like I said, problem solved. Magical. How is Dwarfs today? Oh, you know, getting started with that new fort smell. It smells terrible, but you know, the people have noticed and seem to be enjoying. Building my first quanti stocky piley. Working on steel bars. Just a few. Slow process, but I'm very fortunate today. We got a lovely raid from Shen, so riding high on that, if nothing else. I'm also just going to queue up a rock blocks task that's just any blocks. I'm also going to get rid of those too. Just be like, yeah, use whatever. Use whatever's close by. Yep, we have a natural waterfall. What's the thing with the stream there? Oh, it's just a natural waterfall, and it's splashing water down on the dwarves. So when they go to their bedrooms or when they go down to the dining hall down here, they to learn stitching and various doctoring practices, they very quickly learn that if you stand close to the wall, you get happy thoughts. So it's what's making the moods stupidly high. One of my goals that I haven't mentioned really with this fortress is I would like to make a fortress that has extremely high moods without actually going out of my way to min-max the fortress into having extremely high moods, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to just build mist generators everywhere and such. I want to, like, use natural things in the world to do that, because I think that that may be fun. Oh, well, I found the aquifer. Well, shit. That's good at the very least, now that I know where the aquifer is. The whetstone. Yeah. I think I'm just going to leave that for right now. It's not going to get too deep anyway. It'll be fine. I think that's what I'm going to do with it right now, is I'm just going to let it sit. That's what we're going to do with it for right now. We'll see you later, Cricket. Aren't leggings the same layers as greaves? They have a hard time doing that. And no mail shirts or chain leggings? No, because I don't care for ranged dwarves, because ideally they'll be far away. And 2, you want ranged dwarves to have high agility and run fast and not be slowed down by heavy armor. And 3, mate, we're just training people with a basic uniform. I didn't even select material. You're just like, no leggings or greaves? Well, I told them to wear pants. Their armor is literally just have clothing. Like, I did not specify shit. Maybe when I remake that squad as crossbow all metal advanced XP A+, 1-1 asterisk, they'll have properly layered uniforms. No shoes or capes. Yes, correct. Capes is how one dies in a jet engine, just like Dynaguy or Gazer Beam. I just opened up this is what happens when you live in an apartment building, chat. I just opened up my email. There's 14 emails, all from one individual, from what I can tell, about the compost bins. Like, I know what it's about. It's regarding somebody putting stuff that shouldn't be in the compost bins and also the compost bins needing to be cleaned. 2 separate things, unrelated. But this is what happens when you live in an apartment. You don't wear pants in your house unless it's super cold? I'm a shorts person in the summer and jeans year-round outside of that. Was it the cape that got him? You forgot. I'm pretty sure that Gazer Beam's just in the... like the really high-speed list of people that died with capes. Maybe I'm just actually mixing it up with somebody else. I haven't seen that movie in a very long time. I've seen the sequel since I saw that movie, and the sequel I last saw when it came out. So, now that I think about it, I actually saw both of those movies in theaters. It's actually kind of crazy. Look at all these malachite thrones. You were but a wee lad when it first came out? Yeah, kind of same. Jeans in the house sounds uncomfy. You just need to get better jeans. There's a skill issue with your jeans, my friend. I'm just always amazed when I actually have malachite in a fortress, so I'm just kind of reveling in the novelty of actually having malachite. Because as chat was saying, it's a pretty rare material. Also, in regards to being pantsless, I'm often in my underwear when I'm not on stream. And if I'm in an apartment that doesn't have air conditioning and it's hot, I'm usually in my underwear. I think that stating that you don't wear pants in your house isn't even remotely not safe for work, especially if it's just like I'm stating a fact. Like, shrug. I will be completely direct. I hate sweatpants. I've been called a monster for this before. Like, I fucking hate sweatpants. Sweatpants are like a scourge on society. I don't know what it is. I do not like sweatpants. But I'll wear pajama pants around the house. I'll wear jeans around the house, shorts, cargo pants. Whatever. I just don't even remotely like sweatpants. I'll wear a sweatshirt, but sweatpants can go away forever. My life would be better for it. You have 20 pairs of blue sweatpants, 1 pair of jeans. I have no pairs of sweatpants and 4 pairs of jeans. Also, I haven't bought pants in like maybe a decade. I will state, though, I do have 6 pairs of long underwear and merino wool lined pants for camping, but that's not sweatpants. Similar effect to sweatpants, but not sweatpants. Price of most things of decent quality nowadays is pretty scary, actually. Like, I live somewhere where it gets cold, too, and I can't stand sweatpants. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, as a disliker of ketchup, I have to state that I agree with Obama on something. Because there's a clip flying around the internet of him on a podcast where he says, respectfully, this is an unpopular opinion in my household, but you shouldn't eat ketchup after the age of 8. And you know what? He's on to something. That's how I feel about mayonnaise. Terabyte.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
It's true. I'm just saying. Obama, he's a smart guy. He's onto something. Gets it. Anyway. Exactly. He's got fucking class. Dearest. You love Chinese cooking demystified Western fried rice with ketchup? Yeah, that's where like a lot of like, especially like Asian street food loses me. It's like, oh, you made this beautiful looking sandwich and then you just like completely drenched it in ketchup. It's like, why'd you do that? Like you had all the steps correct and then you ruined it. Although I don't actually know what happens in that particular episode of Chinese Kitchen Cooking Demystified. Such a weird name for a channel, by the way. It's basically sugaring the tomato paste for you? Sure, but like... Not the way I make my homemade spaghetti sauce, though, pandemonium. When it's cold and you have to go outside, you usually wear work pants and long johns underneath. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I did that a bunch last winter, or not so much last winter, but more so the year before when I would go to this one pub, and I'd show up just like in a light jacket and then just like jeans, and the bartender looked at me once and he goes, you know, it's like it feels like minus 25 outside. How are you like in jeans? I'm just like, well, okay, so you see, I've got long johns on and a merino wool like shirt on underneath this, and he goes, oh, so you're fucking cheating, right? Like, yeah, well, yeah, duh. I mean, duh. Of course. Want me to freeze up in here? Fuck that. Last time you wore pants was for court? On the 10th of August, I'm going to a wedding. My little sister's getting married. And I have to wear, like, dress pants and dress shoes. I haven't bought any yet. I still don't own any. I might end up going to, like, the mall the day before and buying some pants. I don't know. I've never had to wear a tuxedo, so I don't know what a Canadian tuxedo would be. Just go rent a suit. It's not like full-on dress. Like, that would be overkill. Like, I just need dress pants. Like, it would cost more to rent a suit. I've actually looked into the pricing. It would cost more to rent a suit than what I actually need. Like, that would be very much overkill. I mean, I could do that. It is an option, but it would certainly be overkill. Yeah, I just need slacks, basically. Although I am going to wear my I Really Like Drugs shirt, which I would show on screen, but it's in the closet and I have to go grab it. So instead I will just do this. Let me see if I can find it. Where's my fucky shirt? It would suck if they don't have it online anymore because that would completely defeat the purpose of this whole process. Okay, so they don't have it online for that exact design anymore. But they do have one that's pretty similar. Actually, hold on, maybe they do. I found another page. Yeah, they don't have that specific one. But I'll just show this instead. This isn't identical to mine, but it's very similar. So yeah, you know, just gonna wear that with like a jacket over it or something. Mine's basically the same as that, but like more aliens. That's loud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, very loud. It's your armor? Yeah, it's how I propel away women. Has the Spampton button up from from Fangamer? I don't know what that is. Well, I know what Fangamer is, but I don't know what Spampton is. It's a vibe. The color palette, if yours is similar here, I'll go grab mine. Do actually need to iron it, but it's gonna get like borked by the green screen. It's this thing. Actually, it's not. Okay, it is kind of chaotic. Hold on, let me. There you go. That's mine. So. Colors are very similar. Mine's got more pink on it. You know, just wearing a green screenable suit would actually be kind of funny. It's like, what color is your shit suit? It's like, whatever you want it to be. We've also got some malachite blocks getting made, which is cool. Since it's the summer, you're also wearing lots of Hawaiians and colored shirts, and they're super cool. I like Hawaiian shirts if they slowly become like psychotic, like manic breakdown shirts when you look at them closely, like that one. Where it's like, it kind of looks like a Hawaiian shirt at a distance, and most people think it is until they stare at it for like more than 10 seconds, and they're like, why is there like tentacles and like things oozing pus all over it? Like, what is happening? It's like, why is this like full of like... It's like that Hawaiian floral print shirt, but all of the flowers are made out of Nicolas Cage's face. Stuff like that. Just don't wear bright pants and let the top do the work. The nice pants will dull the tone. Oh yeah, no, I'll get something not ridiculously bright. The whole idea is that they told me to wear casual dress clothes and described it as like slacks and a button-up and dress shoes. I was like, okay, I can do that. But I'm going to wear a really dumb shirt. Because otherwise it just ain't me, mate. The pattern up close is basically an overbearing acid trip? Yes, absolutely. Because the brand that makes that shirt's called Killer Acid. It's kind of their thing. Although, I will say, I wore that shirt into the local art store once. And that's the only time I've ever gotten compliments on a shirt that I was wearing. And I lost count of how many compliments I got about that shirt. Since it's your sister's wedding? No, since it's my sister's wedding, I can get away with wearing something stupid. But anyway. This is where the forges is going to be. At least for the time being. Let's auto these. Meanwhile, this dwarf, where can we put the on duty? Is it still just the 2 ducks on the map? It still is the 2 ducks. I think these ducks are stuck. Let's just... Hold on. I'm gonna type in something really funny. Oh man, I can't type in exterminate Drake. Disappoint. Bird _ duck. Sorry, ducks, but you're blocking other creatures from appearing on the map. Oh, what they used to make them. The brand is Killer Acid. Wait, which shirt would you buy? Elf Poles asking for a friend in YouTube chat. Way too many of your dressy clothes are feminine and wearing them makes you feel bad, so you gotta get more androgynous men's clothes. That's just like button-ups, though. Like, just wear a suit. Man. Although, the one, like, benefit about feminine dress clothes is if it's hot out, it's easy to not just become a puddle. Easier. Mythos. The blacksmith has been possessed. Ooh. High Master Blacksmith. I'm just gonna be sneaky for a second here. And the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up to here and be like, please make me some of those. And also I'm gonna go over to here because I intended to do this a little while ago, but then didn't have a chance. What's the Dwarven artifact category? It's a blacksmith. And you just grab steel. Can you bleed that blacksmith? In Selena, you're fine with wearing skirts, so that helps. I was gonna say those are pretty feminine, but I guess unless you're wearing, well, I guess it depends on what's on top. But anyway, tries to do things correctly each time and rarely feels discouraged and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He isn't particularly ambitious and tries to take it easy. Is quite ambitious and likes to take... I read that twice. Is quite polite and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. But hey, if it works, right? Let her in. Why don't you take up sewing as a hobby, Stone? Blacksmith is always fun, yeah. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and he tends to stare unwaveringly when he's speaking to somebody. Oh, God. Personally, is repelled by the idea of beauty. Of honesty, and lies without compunction. Respects the development of a skill. Or does he? He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Well, he's about to realize that dream. He likes olivine, copper, and wax opal, as well as clear glass and KV leather. And, where was I? Lost my spot again because I'm paused. The sound of the amber of lilacs when possible first consume hard wheat beer. And he likes KV leather. KVs only give skulls. You can't get KV leather. That doesn't exist. KV leather isn't real. He's lying about it. It checks out. See? Dwarf's lying. Anyway, he likes one-humped camel's milk and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Maybe he likes bark scorpions. I don't trust this dwarf. He's got a pet blue peacock and he's friends with people. Uh-oh. We've got our fortress manipulator. He likes the theory of cavy leather, the concept. Maybe if you feed it cavy enough, you'll actually be able to get leather from it. We're out of food and plants. So, life's good. Doink. Let's do that. Go here. Butcher a couple puppies. We'll also go down here and butcher the llama. Maybe the peahen. What I should really do is just start fishing. Because I was going to do that. I just keep getting distracted. No food or drink. Yeah. It's the hard knock dwarf for life. Thankfully, when it comes to drink, we do actually have tons of drink. Or stuff that can be made into drink, rather. Then over here, I want to make a craft dwarf shop. Make it out of melanite or malachite. And I'm going to make rock pot. And we are going to use, I don't know, mudstone, sure. Let's make 65. Those are 2 random numbers I hit with my hand. And that's what we're making. Mudstone. What do you need? Nope, not you. What do you need? Stone rock, okay. Gem shining. Ooh. Bars metal. Stone rock, okay. Go cut me some gem, please. I think they all got encrusted into furniture, so. Not all of them are turning into kebab puppies. We do also have the hunting dogs and the war dogs. Speaking of hunting, there are chinchillas on the map now. I also need to make another crossbow. Actually, let's make bone crossbow. Let's make 10 of them. What's the best and most important thing you can make out of mahogany? I would say a desk, because Dragon Ball. What are the odds I got another rose quartz out of that? Like another large rose quartz. Cut me another gem, dwarf. Yeah, probably a wheelbarrow or a bin. Maybe a crutch. Maybe a splint. Oh, you already got one. I see. So steel bars, mudstone, and rose quartz. This dwarf is a blacksmith. And he bets on what that dwarf makes. Oh, yes. Yes. A+, that's great. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I don't know where I'm going to put it for right now, though. That's the problem. Obviously, this needs to be the doorway into the arena, right? In Selena, the blacksmith has created Othsnar, a steel door, and claims it is an heirloom of her family. This is a steel door. All crafts door ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned mudstone cabochons and studded with steel. This object menaces with spike of rose quartz. Well, I think for right now, I'm going to put it right here. But that needs to be the doorway to the arena. It's actually, why don't I put it up here in front of this little office? It's a good quality door, A+ door. By crushing a door, absolutely, so they can't break out. Have I named any of the dwarves yet? I've named a couple of the dwarves, yeah. And we're down here just making all this magnetite. And this right here is going to be for limestone, specifically. Bring all that limestone in. Not that there is much of it, I think. Freeways, I need you to go dig. Or I need 2 new miners. I may just need a few new miners. Let's make you into a miner. And you into a miner. Steel door for metal fights? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Can foul thieving miscreants steel-mounted artifact doors? Nothing that is an artifact can be toppled. And in order for an artifact to be stolen, it has to be lying on the floor and not constructed. So nothing can steal an artifact door or break an artifact door off of its hinges. Period. They are figuratively and literally indestructible. You're making a mudstone pot. You're making a mudstone pot. Just waiting for those bone crossbows to get out here. So we're over here making... Saw some more coal down here. Excellent. But a dead vermin can keep it jammed open. Or a sock, or a bolt, or... You know, just about anything, really. This is going to be the hospital eventually. A Cyclops tooth, sure. Or a dead cat. Okay, this over here can get deconstructed. Just focus everything down here. Hello, friends. It's good to see you, Asori. We are kind of getting to the end of my time for today, though. Got a little bit more that we can do. Specifically, I want these dwarves to go grab some breastplates. Oh, I need to set your ammo. Let's tell you to grab metal bolts and use those for combat. Bolts, and let's say for training, and we'll make those out of wood. Or bone, maybe? Bolts. No, not amount. Material. Bone. There we go. Confirm. And steel. Bolt. I'll make 3 of those. They're making steel breastplates over there. There should be one right in the ground. Last dwarf can go get it. A+. I did once have a dwarf's hand land outside, which ended a fort. We said it was the hand of Armok as a way to not feel horrible about the ending that way. Chat room. I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is I think this has been a really good start to this fortress. The bad news is it's 5:07, which means in 50 minutes, I have to make it from here to 3 kilometers up the road to where a place that I collect a monthly grocery pickup or a weekly grocery pickup is, or I don't get it this week. So I have 1 hour to do that, and then that gives me after 6 they close. So like they open at 3 today. So I have to leave like now. Tomorrow is the community fort day. So we'll actually be playing a different fort tomorrow. We'll be reading through the recap of the community fort and getting everybody caught up on what's going on over there. And then streaming that for 1 year in game. Will I return? Not today. Tomorrow, we'll be back at 9 a.m. Pacific. It's going to take me about an hour to get to and from there. I have to take a bicycle up there. I don't drive, so it's going to take me a little bit. It's like a 30-minute round trip for me, including like collecting everything and then getting back. I also usually run errands. But that's 8 hours and 10 minutes of stream today, though, regardless. Also, I would like you guys to know that in the last 30 days, I've streamed 145 hours, which is, I think, like about 20 hours more than I have most months on average so far this year. So, does mean less time put into YouTube videos, but more time put into the streams. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream for today. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow normal time, and we will be playing the community fort, which that whole story is in the viewer succession forts room on my Discord. So you can go take a peek at that if you like. You can go grab the save files and tell me what I have to expect or don't. It's up to you. But that's what we'll be doing tomorrow if you want to swing by. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. That being said, if you want to come raid somebody and maybe discover a new Dwarf Fortress individual that's new to you, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific-ish, maybe 9:45 if I actually hit the stream on button on time. But we're going to go raid somebody, and thank you very much for joining us for this first installment of Thunderpants. Pantsies. Thunderpanties? Thunderpants. Something. Laters, YouTube folks. Alrighty, Twitch chat. It's just you and me now. You guys ready to go yell at someone? Well, if you are,